Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the very first day of the PMPL Africa Qualifier 2022 Spring. I know it's been a little bit of a hiatus, before we get back into the official esports scene for the African region, but we come stronger than ever before, and hopefully you guys are here for the long ride. With that said, my name is Maxman, going to be one of your casters for today, and next to me is going to be my one and only, my connoisseur of the PUBG Mobile African scene. It's going to be my boy DK. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing absolutely fantastic. Super excited to be here today. I mean, it's been some time since we last spoke on PMCO, saying that it would be so great to have a PMPL Africa. Little did we know that it was going to be coming around much sooner than we had anticipated. So it is absolutely fantastic to be here. And I got to say, I'm quite excited to see what this day will have in store.
Yeah, we were talking about it, as you said, last PMC, like, wouldn't it be great to have an African PMPL? And we're like, yeah, it would be good. Wonder when that's going to happen. Well, just a season after that, boom, here it is. And it came way sooner than I expected, but I cannot complain. Actually, I'm going to rejoice as we are finally going to have some of the best teams in the African region fight it out to not find a PMPL just yet, because before you have to, as the tournament says it, qualify for that event. And that is where the tricky part stands, right? But it's going to get pretty damn interesting because you've got a lot of skill. Especially you've been covering the African scene for a long time, and you've been able to see these teams evolve, improve over time. And now more than ever, this is the highest level of gameplay the African scene has to offer. And I just can't wait to see how things have moved up, because you remember last PMCO, right? We mentioned the African utility. If it was good back then, I want to see how good it is now.
Well, all we can expect all we can expect rather to see is an improvement on that, as the teams have now had several more opportunities to go about refining those skills, honing those skills, and bringing it up in towards the PMPL qualifiers, and potentially even making their way up in towards the PMPL Africa itself. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of interesting plays coming through the entirety of this weekend, as the teams will be put through their paces, put to the test to see who's going to be the best teams to move through into the PMPL Africa itself.
Yeah, I mean, put through the test, right? And that's the reason, if you are able to withstand this tournament and to deal with the fire and the flames of the teams around you, you will be able to make it out in the PMPL. And this is great because we're finally having a proper esport ecosystem built for the African scene. There was a big lack of that in the past. It was only having PMCO. Only one team, I believe, could make it to, the EMEA Championship. So fair to say that is not a lot, knowing how many strong teams exist in the African region, but now they have their own PMPL, a lot more slots to qualify for future tournaments, so it's a great opportunity for you right now to begin your PUBG Mobile esports career. But you know what, we're also going to begin looking at graphics. Our first graphic, going to be checking out, of course, the format of the tournament, because it's the first day. We need to do a little bit of the introduction for you guys out there that are maybe not too familiar with the PMPL qualifiers. And as you said, we said it, DK, we did not lie. Okay, there's a lot of teams coming into this one, not 16, not 20. We have 24 teams going to fight it out to be one of the few teams to make it in the African PMPL.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely tough. I mean, like 24 teams, 3 groups having to fight it out over 4 days of gameplay. That is going to be an absolutely brutal day. Of course, we're already now on the second day of that gameplay. So we've got today and 2 more to come to finish up the main stage segment of the PMPL qualifiers. But of course, they are going to be participating in 5 matches a day. And we know that only 10 teams are going to be moving through into the PMPL Africa itself.
Yeah, 10 teams, not going to be many, so only 10 teams out of the 24 will be able to march forward into the African PMPL. And I find that was very interesting what you said there, especially, right, talking about how the fact that we already have 1 day of play played yesterday. So, normally when it comes into these tournaments, DK, we have that first day that can be very hectic. I had the chance with Imperium to cover the Americas Elite League just a few days ago for the first day. The first games were, I'm sorry to say, but they were horrible. And then it gets better over time. So all the mayhem that happens in day one, we're gonna completely avoid that. Today we are gonna have some good and strong gameplay from the very, very start. So I'm extremely hyped to see that where that's gonna potentially take us. But at the end of the day, we're still going to have some really intense games coming the way for these teams. Going to have 5 games a day. We're going to have a system of groups also that we're going to look at in just a few minutes' time, so don't worry, because the separation is very interesting of how these teams are going to switch in and out of games, and it's very different from what you might have seen in, your PMPLs or your PMCOs. Things are going to be relatively different, but one thing that is not different and that has always been the same, DK, will never change until I still breathe, is the point system. And the point system, of course, if you're familiar with PUBG Mobile Esports, you know how things work out by now. You get that chicken dinner, you get 15 points, points, and then it trickles down right until you get to 13th place and below, where you get that big fat bubble. But as you know, DK, 1 elimination equal
1 point. That is the absolutely
Yeah.
crucial point right there, because we've seen a lot of these teams really go to town on each other, right? So they stepped up, they dial in that aggression. We saw this particularly coming through in the PMCO Africa plays, and there's some pretty aggressive teams here. So we've actually seen quite a big of a change being brought in with that one elimination point being brought forward.
Yeah, you see that synergy, man. It's like we know each other. It's like we didn't even. It's like we prepared it before. Actually, we kind of did. We did also rehearse that at one point. But yeah, as you said, those elimination points are going to be absolutely. Not even absolutely. They're going to be super important for these teams. We saw last two PMCOs for the African region. We got some teams that had some insane records of eliminations alone. So hyped to see if that's still going to be the case or if things have changed, because the meta, of course, is not a stable state. Is going to be changing and shifting over time. Is the utility still going to be used the same way as in past PMCOs that yourself also DK and James Banks mentioned and were praising over and over again? Is it still there, or are they going to be even stronger on their potential macro rotations? Are they going to be even better when it comes to taking those head-on-head 4-on-4 fights? That's my big question, right? So this first day is going to be really hyped to set expectations for what might be to come for these teams in the African region.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, first day, that is where you kind of lay the foundation for your potential progress through the remaining days. So I'm expecting a lot of insanity coming through on this first day. But we're also going to be seeing the teams really bringing together everything that they've been working and practicing at. We've had several small little events happening in preparation for the PMPL qualifiers. And I've been watching several of those. And there's been some really great improvements coming in from a lot of teams, and actually quite a few surprising plays. But what's also quite nice is, and as we're also now getting ready to move into the groups, we actually will see quite an addition of several teams, not only from the previous PMPL Africa, but we also have teams coming through from PMPL Africa, PMCO Africa. We also have teams then coming in from PMPL Arabia, as well as the PMCO MENA. So it's good to bring all these different kind of flavors together and see what all these teams are going to be doing, trying to move into our first ever PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa.
Yeah, maybe you don't want to talk about flavors. The only thing I can cook is cereal, so I would not be too familiar with thy flavors you mentioned. But yes, there is going to be a lot of diversity in where these teams come from. So that's what we mentioned last time in terms of for the EMEA Championship, which is the big clash of metas. Now we're having different regions coming together for this qualifier for the African region. The clash of metas is going to be pretty drastic into this one. So I'm pretty hyped. But as you can see on your screen, we're going to divide all these teams into 3 separate groups, every group supporting themselves 8 teams. So this is a really weird way to do things for this tournament. Not in a bad way, but actually I really enjoy it. But that means that if you are put into a lobby with extremely stacked teams in your respective group, you're going to have a real rough time. So you're going to have to try and make it through trial and fire. And especially for me, I don't know if you would agree on this one, I'm looking at Group A, and I'm seeing some of these teams are like, bro, if you're in Group A, you're going to have one hell of a tough time to participate here.
Yeah, I mean, we've got that pretty much spread out throughout the different groups. But I got to say, like, the balance coming in with Group A, B, and C is actually quite healthy, right? Because we've got some heavy-hitter teams in every group, right? There's teams that we've been seeing coming through from, as we've mentioned, PMPL Arabia, but also the PMCOs. And they are actually spread out. I mean, we've got the players, we've got RAZE Clan, we've got the players also coming in from Team Umbra, we've got the DROGONS, we've got Blackjack, we've got Rila Insider, we've got Exodus, we've got RTG Esports. So there's quite a few names scattered all over the place. And, this is going to be a pretty tough stage for these teams to compete on.
Yeah, some people might be looking at Group C and looking at the logo of RAZE Clan thinking, wait a second, that's Infinity. They were supposed to be called Infinity, but there was a last-second team change, but that's why they have the Infinity logo, which is a pretty damn cool logo. Don't get me wrong. If I could steal the logo and use it for myself, I probably would, but I am not worthy of thy logo, unfortunately enough, but it is a pretty cool one. So yeah, these are all the groups, but some people might also be watching a stream and saying, Max, man, you're saying that 10 teams are going to qualify to PMPL Africa 2022 Spring. Okay, that was a long one. I lost myself. Hey, these titles are getting longer by the year, man. I'm telling you, I'm getting real lost. Only 10 teams are qualifying. Where are the other 10 teams? Well, other 10 teams already made it, right? And I'm going to go through the list. You mentioned already where some came from. So we got Cryptics, Lusai Esport, Yonkus, Slime 4KT. Of course, you're going to have Slime 4KT. G3 Temper, Intruder Africa, Team Myth, 1 Million Esports, Triple Esports, and Darkness. If you have watched prior PMCO Africa tournaments, you would know some of these teams have been absolutely insanely talented individuals and teams as a whole, of course. So yeah, the competition is going to be very, very high, hitting that PMPL Africa. So we expect only the best of the best, the cream of the crop, to really make it through this qualifier in the PMPL itself.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the best of the best to join the best of the best. 10 teams moving through to the 10 teams, as you've said already, that have already qualified. So, yeah, I'm expecting it to be pretty brutal. As we saw now, we get 24 teams, so there's only a few slots, and it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge for these teams to secure those positions to ensure that they are well equipped enough to be able to move into PMPL Africa, because we've seen the difference coming in from PMCO moving into PMPL. There's a vast difference with the level of gameplay kind of required for teams to perform exceptionally well on that stage. And I think this is going to be a good breeding ground for teams to get themselves up to that level, to push their gameplay to the next phase and really represent the Africa region and showing the world what the Africa region kind of has to offer.
Yeah. Hey, look, PMCO, it's the kiddie side of the pool. Now we're going in the Grand Bleu with the PMPL. Okay, so things are going to get real interesting for these guys. But we're going to look, of course, at our schedule to see how these matches are going to go. This is only for today. The schedule will change every single day. You definitely don't want to miss how these maps are going to go for day 2 and, well, no, day 3 and day 4, I guess I should say technically, because this is day 2 of the action. And here we go. 5 games a day, as we mentioned earlier, right, DK. 3 Erangels, which, who's going to complain about 3 Erangels? Definitely not me.
Yeah, definitely going to be exciting to have the bread and butter in there. But of course, you have to add on those extra few toppings. We're going to be seeing that Sanhok and Miramar come through just to give teams that extra bit of an opportunity. Sanhok, of course, is going to be our super aggressive map, and Miramar is going to be the more tactical kind of play coming through. But also, we see the team rotations. So we got Group A and B coming in, changing it up to Group B and C. Then, of course, Group A and then Group C. And then we get right back to the beginning again. Group A and B, and once again, Group B and C. So a good little bit of an alternation coming through with the teams here. Every team will have the opportunity to play 10 matches.
Yeah, I love the way that you used to describe the maps here. So you're going to have like your piece of cake, which is Erangel, you know, everyone loves it, that's the top. And then you got Miramar, which is like the perfect cream on top, you know, the icing, which is perfect. And then you got Sanhok, which is it's just those little pieces of decoration which are which are edible. You can take them, and people are just too lazy to get rid of it. They're like, I guess I'll have a bit of Sanhok, you know, I'll have a bite. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, only one Sanhok and one Miramar. So if those are some of the favorite maps for some of these teams, which I believe some teams, especially on Miramar, are very strong on that map, you're going to have to, unfortunately, make up for that in Erangel and get most of your points there, because not even 50%, more than 50% of our maps are going to be played on Erangel. So if you want to make it in the top 10, to make it into the very first African PMPL, and I can tell you, you definitely don't want to miss out on that event. Erangel needs to be your best map. So hopefully teams in the past scrims and also yesterday's first games were able to get themselves a little bit used to Erangel, because if you fail hard on Erangel, after like 2-3 days of play, you're done. I'm sorry, it'll be over. So Erangel needs to be your best map if you possibly can do.
Yeah, and I mean, even if we talk about yesterday's games, right? Yesterday we had 6 matches being played, opposed to the 5 that we see coming in today. So already the teams coming through from yesterday's performances, we saw 4 of those teams making it through into the next phase, and that is of course going to be the RAZE clan, Zero Tolerance Skill, Team Unique, as well as the players coming in from 21st Century. Those were the teams moving up from the play-ins up onto this main stage section. And looking at the results we saw there was some pretty impressive plays coming through. I mean, we saw some interesting elimination counts coming in, and I'm curious to see what those teams are going to do now that they have the opportunity to compete against the other 20 teams to try and find it out for those 10 slots, because we've been saying this for a little while, but it is going to be tough. I mean, I don't think we can express how tough it is going to be for these teams, because everyone here wants to be one of those 10 teams to move through into the PMPL Africa.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I think we mentioned that a lot already, so I'm going to avoid sounding like a broken record, but it is, once again, going to be very tough for these guys to make it through to the very first African PMPL for the 2022 season in spring. But you know what? Now that we went through the graphics, okay, we've got a little bit of time to talk about the teams potentially and expectations. I wanted to ask you this for some time because, as you guys know, if you know DK, he is like the French sommelier that knows his wine, but he is the caster who knows African PUBG Mobile esports teams. Okay, he knows them in and out. And I wanted to ask you, coming into this lobby, right? You mentioned already a lot of names that you're looking at that are going to be top teams, but do you have teams coming into this event? You're like, these guys are going to be top 10, no questions asked. They're going to be one of the top teams for sure.
Well, there's teams I'm expecting rather to be in the top 10, right? Am I going to give the guarantee that they will be? I don't know. It's I don't want to go that far and promise something that, you know, I have zero control over. But I'm definitely expecting to see teams based on their performances coming through from previous BMCOs. To kind of replicate that here once again. So expecting Blackjack Esports to step up, expecting Rila Insider, the players from the DROGONS, potentially even the players there from Your Killer Is to come in and just give us a good showcase and a bit of a strong representation. But also don't forget about the players coming in from Zero Tolerance Skills, you know, ZTS. So they've also been a little bit of a thorn in the side for a few of the teams. And I've been watching the preparation matches, you know, as they've been playing it out, and this is going to be brutal because a lot of these teams that I can see, they've been trying a few new strategies, looking to imply or rather apply a few different things and, you know, trying to maybe break the mold because I think where the teams really have an opportunity to get a beautiful head start, a beautiful jump start is if they try to kind of utilize the meta or maybe surpass the meta with a strategy or a special kind of ingredient that they can bring into the match.
Yeah, I think if you get to the point of surpassing the meta, you start creating the meta in your image. So that we'll see if there's some teams that are going to start creating their own playstyle that teams are going to adapt for themselves. So personally, if I have to talk about some teams that I'm expecting to do really well, Team Umbra is a team that I've covered for a long time. With PRZ, Shadowwen, Wasted, Vibes, and Morteza. We know what these guys can do. When it came to PMPL Western Europe, a little bit of a tough time, but I think coming into this region, they could do some really, really good play. So I would like to see Team Umbra go the entire way into African PMPL. But another team that we've seen last PMCO, right, and we mentioned many times, is Blackjack Esports. I'm looking at these guys, and one player in particular who was absolutely insanely good for the PMCO Africa last year. I have to say it's Reverb, my boy Reverb. I don't remember the amount of times that you, me, and James screamed every single time this guy made a play. I hope he's not going to be subbed, okay? I mean, if you have Reverb, you're not going to sub him out, okay? That is not the smart play. But yeah, Reverb in particular, I am looking forward to see him play once again and see if he's still as good as he was last year, and if he is even just remotely close to that good. I think Blackjack Esports are cruising in that top 10 to make it to African PMPL. I don't have too much doubt on that regard, at least.
Well, all we can say is we'll have to wait and see what the battlefield brings because, you know, we can speculate on this as much as we like. We're only going to find out what the truth is once the teams actually get it started. They head down onto the battlefield. They actually get into those engagements. And I definitely think this first Erangel to start off the day is going to be where it's at. I think this could potentially be an insane match to come through because the teams now... I don't foresee them kind of trying to get a lay of the land because they have been playing against each other enough times already. So I'm expecting them to come through with those strategies right out of the gate because I don't think there is much time left to try and bring in some new strategies.
Yeah, I mean, the tone has been set already, right, with yesterday's game. So teams already have a good idea as to what they want to do. If they want to bring changes to the table, they can do so pretty damn easily after those 5 games that were played yesterday. So they can try and get a little bit more information and come in even more prepared today. But the first game of the day, you say, is important, and I fully agree. Even though the tone was set for the tournament yesterday, today, the tone of today is going to be set with the first game. That is how things typically go. So teams going to have to prepare, come into it, see if they want to go aggressive, go passive, change drop locations after day 1. A lot of things need to be taken into account, and hopefully myself and DK will do a good job to break it down because there's a lot of teams once again into this. It's going to be hard to keep track, but we'll do our very best to bring you some of the cool action. Another team that I also want to bring up that I had time to really bring up is Grind Gaming. One player in particular. I could talk about the entire team, but I love the star players in the African region. I think you got some that are just so insane. Hainsley, that was part of Influence Rage Africa that also made a scream a really decent amount last year. Is in Grind Gaming this time around with also his teammate Sully. So I'm not sure about the rest of the team composition, which are Mercury, Hypnos, and Pyro. But with the experience that Hainsley and Sully have, if they can just bring that experience and influence it on the rest of their team, I think Grind Gaming have a very good opportunity to perform super well at the start of this tournament.
Yeah, I think Pyro is also a good addition to that team, a good player to have in there. We've also seen Pyro come through in the previous PMCO, also bring in some really phenomenal plays. So yeah, I'm liking these rosters for the time being. We'll have to wait and see exactly how they kind of utilize their setups and what the players are actually going to be contributing to those particular plays. But so far, it is looking pretty exciting. I mean, I'm liking the names, liking these pairings, so we've got to wait and see what Erangel holds.
Yeah, and you know what I love more than anything? That we are now officially starting the very first broadcast for some African esports for PUBG Mobile here for the very first qualifier for PMPL. It's the first, and hopefully the first of many to come. And this is going to be our very first Erangel also coming up with a plane high in the sky. Teams are ready to drop. And the plane path is not going to be too friendly for our first game here. DK, unfortunately, a little bit more over to the western side, but it's Erangel. Teams know where they drop. If they got a secondary drop location, which they hope they do, they should by now, this shouldn't be too harsh for them. So otherwise, this should be all good and dandy. We're really going to wait for that phase 1 circle to pop to know if this plane path is really going to be a big issue.
I don't think it's going to cause too many problems. Just looking at it, I mean, yes, it is over on the western side, but the teams, I'm pretty sure they've got those alternate locations already set up, dialed in, and they have the rotations kind of figured out of regardless of where this first initial phase could be shifting. But I have to say, like, I can't really wait to see where this first phase is going to be going, because I think that is going to be kind of the determining factor to set the stage of this first match and how it could potentially turn out.
I love how I was trying to build some tension and just like, oh, it won't be an issue. I'm like, okay, okay, I was trying to build, okay, fair enough. Thank you very much, DK. But no, normally teams, I think, over the years now of PUBG Mobile Esports, I think are pretty much used to dealing with pretty harsh plane path, and this one is not that harsh when you really think about it. It should be completely fine. And phase 1 circle also plays into that plane path, so it should be completely fine. Some teams, I've seen a few teams go for some pretty wide splits, especially in Gatka fields. That's the typical Nova esport split, which they're world champions, so I think it is proven to be a pretty damn good drop location, and that's going to be taken on so far by one of the teams. So far, nothing too surprising, but I'm looking north of Ferry Pier / Western Bridge. There are some teams that have been going for those splits. I'm looking for the fight, and the show is about to start. For real. Yes, it is starting.
Yeah, no more suspense, right? It is time to see what teams are going to bring in. Of course, Team Unique are going to be finding themselves positioned right up on towards this Ferry Pier kind of angle here, but they are going up against, the teams. Oof, I don't know. Like this. Okay, I'm going to leave the team name to you because this is the one that you said you wanted to say with your je ne sais quoi.
Recalcitrant Team. Recalcitrant. It just, as a French person, this is like ASMR to say, okay, to hear. It's got so many R's, so complicated. If you're not French or you're not like someone who can speak Latin language, you're going to struggle. So I can appreciate the name. I don't know if I'm going to keep saying it as Recalcitrant the entire tournament, but I really want to. But I'm scared of it being annoying, so I might back down at some point.
But I gotta say though, I like the name there, but banana. It reminds me. I get this feeling of like one of the minions coming through. Like banana. It's just yeah. Oh. That's for me. That's a fantastic name to pair with the name of Recalcitrant.
Man, you're making me think of like Facebook mums that post minion memes just to like, oh look, I'm down with the kids. Look at me. I'm hilarious. No, you're not. No, you're not funny. Stop doing it. Stop posting memes. Okay. It is what it is, though. Some teams already starting to rotate early on, trying to get himself into a decent position. So good to see these kind of things happening for some of the squads. But I'm hyped. So far, for the very first game of the day, some people might have expected, oh, we might already have one team or two get squad wiped instantly. But it seems like the mayhem of yesterday has helped teams adjust a little bit the drop locations to not get caught out. One team, though, that is currently getting caught out here, DK, is Umbra. Luckily enough, they're in a position where they can still res up. They're somewhat safe, but wasted as the perfect off angle to stop this push from AKM.
Yeah, this is a very interesting position coming in from the side of Wasted, and now we can see
Ooh.
Wasted just capitalizing on that, picking up a few of the players there from the side of AKM, but stop now, trying to put a halt to Wasted play here, but Wasted rather, just utilizing that angle, but look at this now, up comes the rest of the team as Umbra are really quick to react, and this is what we want to see. We want to see that proactiveness coming through from the teams, really quick on those triggers, applying those strategies almost instantly, and now it is down to Savage and Rio to try and keep it together for the side of AKM.
Ooh, yeah, that's a risk one more, and I don't expect. Wait, what? He's actually winning it? Oh my god, the pressure fire from the side, and he's not able to win the fight. Umbra still up as 3. I have no idea how the hell Morteza wins that one, DK. How the hell do you make it out without getting knocked? But it's still players of AKM. Well, still players. No, I'm going to put it singular. Okay, there's one player of AKM that's still alive. That is Rio. He's going to try and leave that position. No way in hell you're going to res up your team. But Umbra, I was a little bit stressed out. But you know what? The pressure fire to keep Morteza alive was just enough to make.
Yeah, I mean that was a really interesting play because I was not surprised to see Umbra really coming with that bounce back. We've seen them come through in PMPL. They are a team that are really capable of holding their own, taking these engagements, and that is exactly what we see from them now once again. So a really good start there for the side of Umbra, as we can see already 3 elims to their name. Now, all we can do is wish for more, right? We want more action, we want more fights to break out, but we've got to wait a little bit because we are making our way to the end of this first phase, and I think once that second phase is going to pop, that is when things could potentially start getting dialed up.
Yeah, things going to step up big time. Though I am seeing, we talked about the fight that could potentially happen towards Ferry Pier, right, towards Recalcitrant and also Unique. Luckily enough, they did split away, so a lot of respect. I see so many teams be stubborn. I've seen, I don't know if you watched a little bit of the America's Elite League that's been happening for the past 2 weeks right now, but there's a team called The Chosen. Not The Chosen from China, okay, The Chosen, an A team. But they keep dropping in apartment, and I think they have a win rate on that position of like 5%. And they keep dropping there. I don't know if I should appreciate their dedication or not, but this is why I appreciate what's happening right now. Teams are avoiding the early skirmishes because they're not going to help you in the long run. In very little scenarios, are you going to win an early game fight and be like, you know what? This is helping us for the late game. It doesn't happen. Just avoid them. So I'm happy to see, except for that fight that happened in Rozhok, right, towards AKM and Umbra, teams are avoiding it, and that is the way that the early game should be played, in my opinion.
Well, speaking about early game, right, I've got a question for you, right? Previously, when we were in PMCO Africa, right, there were certain things that were happening, particularly when you were referencing a map like Sanhok, right? We said it was going to be nice, hot, and moist, right? Now, is that still going to be a trigger for you here, or have we kind of now solidified that a little bit more?
During the PMGC Grand Finals, when I was in Berlin with Jason and Seven, Jason was trying to actually get me triggered with the word moist, but it doesn't do anything to me anymore. Because actually, and I got you to thank. I never thanked you personally, DK, you and James Banks, but thank you because you used it and said it to me so many times with that goddamn button that James was using every time. I've kind of grown immune to it. I am immune to the word moist. It does not impact me anymore in a negative sense. So you can say as much as you want now. It is fine. So thank you. Thank you, Dr. DK. I appreciate your time and effort. What's your day rate?
Well, we can discuss that afterwards. We can discuss that afterwards. But, you know, I'm just glad to have been able to be of service here. You know, like that's what we're here for. You know, we got each other's backs. We got to make sure that, you know, we can move on and get through situations. But of course, speaking about moving on and getting through situations, that is exactly what our teams are going to have to do here now. As we can see, the players here from Seems Outplayed are going to be venturing a little bit further in towards that more central zone. Blue Zone is going to be making its way on through, but Blackjack Esports now positioned up on the hills. We can see Andrew trying to reach all the way across. And I mean, those long-range hits, they're really difficult to pull off.
Yeah, and MG also currently solo on Pachinki Hill for the third of Blackjack. Really strong position to have in this type of circle. I would love to see maybe the entire team up there, but I guess they're taking a little bit more time to loot things up. They are in Pachinki after all, so you want to make sure you just get everything ransacked for yourself. Though, team's getting a little bit closer right now. I think that Seems pushing onto Recalcitrant, or I'm not sure if I had the chance to see. if that was the case, but it's definitely two teams right now happening. And Recalcitrant got himself access to Longwood, the plateau area. A little bit of a fight back and forth, some nades getting exchanged so far. Sniper a little bit on the further backside of this engage, while Vex is on the forefront. One good nade of Vex could literally get an easy double frag, which is why they're smoking things up. But one nade and seems outplayed, lose literally two players. They need to spread out a little bit more because that is a little bit spooky for me.
Yeah, I mean, particularly in the early game, that is where the teams can just look to utilize those more spread plays, like we see now coming in from Recalcitrant as they have their one-player position on the offside there. But I think that is actually a really interesting position for Stark to be taking, because we do see Stark now looking to just push in a little bit more, regrouping, just looking to condense that kind of position. I would have maybe held it a little while longer, but, you know, it's going to be what it is. And for the time being here, the players from Seems Outplayed need to be careful that they don't get outplayed.
I am genuinely surprised at DK that we have not seen a single nade get thrown, unless we missed out at the very start of the fight, but I have not seen one single nade thrown from Recalcitrant, and I don't see normally 3, 4, 5 get out by this time normally, but you know what? They're taking things slow a little bit, while Ghost, feeling like Zora of One Piece, got lost on the island of Erangel and is just like, well, I guess I'll take the angle from here, which is fine. It definitely stops and slows down the potential push from the Recalcitrant later on down the line. But Stark moved back, trying to create a little bit of a man advantage by joining up with the squad. Now it's technically a 4v3 in this position at least. But seems just not really interested in holding that position. But Stark is going to get pushed into that warehouse position. He needs to get the hell out of here. But Snipe is going to get spotted away. Instantly falls down the first casualty for Seems Outplayed. But now the man advantage has 100% been created for Recalcitrant. Are they going to go for the full push commit?
Je ne sais pas. We'll have to wait to see what they're going to be doing here. But of course, we do see the addition now of 21 also coming in from that southern side as they're looking to just sneak their way into a potential third-party player. The pressure definitely going to be on. I mean, 21st century, they could add quite a bit of an uncomfortable position, and you know, but it does seem like Impulse is going to try and trace their way onto the shots continue to play. But Stark just holding the front there. Up comes a quick reinforcement. Ghost now trying to make a quick stand, but it is going to be the final player for the team, and unfortunately, Banana comes in with that quick elimination.
I knew you were going to say banana. I didn't expect you to say it that way, and it just completely caught me off guard. I'm sorry. Oh, hey, can't complain. That was a great push from Recalcitrant. They got himself a man advantage. They wrapped around, made sure there was very little escape for the other side of Seems Outplayed. So I can't really argue with that. There was just some clean execution from Recalcitrant. I don't know if you've even paid attention. You're saying Recalcitrant with a French accent too, so I'm enjoying it. This is cool. I feel very influential. I feel like an influencer.
C'est très bon.
Voilà, c'est comme ça. I have the impression I have 10 million subs on Instagram. It's weird what's going on right now, but let's see. Phase 2, though, about to close off. We're about to get into the next phase, and I am seeing it's a harsh Western shift, and 50% of that is going to be Quarry. We don't see Quarry finishes happen too often, but man, the first game of the day might just be a Quarry finish. I am already loving this.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be crazy. I mean, that whole Western side currently is open for the taking. We only see one team currently positioned on that far offside, and it is going to be the players they're coming in from the side of Team Somalia. But, of course, now up comes Aphelion Apex, also starting to bring in their own rotation as we see them heading a little bit further on towards that side play. But the Masters rotating up alongside them. So it's going to go from a comfortable position to be holding to quite a congested region to try and kind of contend in, as we can see. These hilltops, the high ground positions, particularly here in Quarry, are going to be absolutely essential.
Yeah, super important for these teams to hopefully get for themselves. Aphelion Apex, though, zooming by into Team Somalia. That's going to be a few easy fractions early on. Those going to be traded back and forth. Aphelion Jassa has a good angle. No, that's your teammate, mate. Okay, just let him be. He's not here to hurt you. Jassa, a little bit secluded in his building right now, but luckily enough, they got a lot of disparity in their position, so it's very, very hard for Somalia to go for the push. If they do, there's a lot of off angles they might not have time to check, and that is going to cause their downfall. And one clean aim from Kage, another player that we've seen last season, right, and was just so damn good at this utility, the African utility, as we called it. But now they're down to 1. No res is being committed for the side of Team Somalia. There you go, again, pushed up. Can he get himself the double? He gets one, maybe able to get himself a double. Tries to switch weapon, but there's no chance for that to happen. Team Somalia are out in 50.
Wow, that was a really healthy push coming through from the players here. I mean, Kage and the rest of the team, they just held their own, pushed up so beautifully. The teamwork really coming together fantastically, and that is what we want to see. You know, the team's not having any of those hiccups anymore. They've kind of ironed out, you know, the most of those bumps, and now it is just smooth sailing all the way on through as we continue a little bit now over on towards that southeastern side. A little bit further down, we do see the players there from Recalcitrant also coming under fire as the Drogons are moving up. Now, we see BJE going up against the players here from 21st Century.
Yeah, Blackjack, we'll see if they can defend. This is a very pivotal position. They've been scouting for the longest time over in Pachinki Hill, so they have a lot of information to make that play and that rotation actually happen in the first place. So I already love how they play the early macro game. I guess he's not really interested in committing to that push, which I can definitely understand. There's a lot of teams, it's very tricky to breach the southern side, but what's their game plan now? Are they going to go for the wide rotate up east? It seemed like that's the case, which is an interesting one, but look at that. There's another team coming in, and that's the last player. It's not even a team, it's the last player of AKM, Rio, coming there. The circle shifts, and once again, you got that high ground position of Quarry. Whichever team can get there early and starts gatekeeping, like, in the next 30 seconds to a minute, they could pick up, like, a double-digit kill count so quickly. So this is huge potential for teams that are trying to be as proactive as can be.
Yeah, and we talked before about, you know, teams kind of laying that foundation, trying to get themselves set up. And an essential part is going to be, of course, to try and stay ahead of that big bad blue zone as it keeps on moving in. But we see the players here from Recalcitrant as well as the team there from 21st on the approach. We got DROGONS coming in, we got BJE. So quite a bit of a convergence coming in on the southeastern side of the zone. We've got a very kind of similar thing happening elsewhere, but I mean, particularly down south, the teams have to be so careful as it's going to be quite easy for teams now to get the jump on each other.
Oh la la, a little bit too much happening over here. Blackjack Esports going to take that fight to 21. Quick math. Well, that was not math, it was just reading, but whatever. I'll take it. Furo on the forefront. They spawn into this game as a 3-man, so they already come into this one as with a big disadvantage. Hopefully they can come into the next game with a 4-man crew, because you need numbers to make these type of breaches happen, right, DK? So lack of numbers taking that 2v4 could make things very dire for them, as Unique just going to zoom on by. 21, as you said, not really having the numbers, going to be making it really hard to actually get that huge pressure done onto Unique, as they're slowly but surely climbing to the tippy top of Quarry. And the fight is going to be going forward. Here we go. Drogon's going to suffer one loss, instantly flushed away, and Unique will be the kings of the Southern Hill.
Oh, this is absolutely a dangerous position to be holding. The DROGONS now just trying to deal as much damage with that, just peeling Banana back, sending old world Edward now to try and kind of hold on. But of course, we do see that blue zone is going to be closing up, so Edward will have to try and figure a way on through. Already 6 eliminations on board. We see the DROGONS now sitting on their 3, and I think those numbers are only going to be going up and up from here, as we can see several more teams positioned just a little bit further away. So the DROGONS, they kind of need to close up this engagement before heading back up to the zone itself.
This is the type of game where Edward is thinking to himself, I just hope there was still the Spider-Man mode in the game and I could just like just yoink myself up there, take the fight and pick up a 1v2, but unfortunately that is not meant to happen. Now you got Jujutsu Kaisen, which can do some, I forget the name of the techniques, but you can do a domain expansion onto DROGONS, which is pretty sick, if you might tell me. I don't know if, have you ever watched that anime, DK? I guess you haven't.
Not all of it, no.
Oh, not all of it, so you watch some. That's enough. I like that. I'll take that. It's more than Imperium will ever watch. We'll see, but though Andrex is going to be right on top of that sneaky rock. The Unique are going for the push with some suppressing fire, making it really hard for Andre to really go for those peaks. And now he's got to fall back. He's got to go back with his teammate down below. And what a good control from Team Unique. Pushing out with the suppressing fire is absolute textbook. Then it comes peaks up on the shadow. That's one. They're going to go for the second. Don't flush too soon. You've got to be careful. Focus on the knocks. That should be your main priority.
Wow, that was just beautifully handled by Andrew, just peeking out at the exact moment, picking up that knock, unfortunately getting traded off, but up comes Chills now to close it out, and with that, We see some deadly blows coming on through. I mean, but this is going to be the case for the rest of this lobby, as we do see a big chunk of players positioned over onto that southern side of the zone, now shifting up north. This is where Aphelion Apex find themselves in a fantastic position. They can just sit back, wait for the carnage to unfold a little bit further down south. But the team's position here, Max, it is going to be quite the challenge to get out of here.
What have these teams done to deserve this? Like, come on, we've had like 3 hardships in a row. Calm down. This is so horrible for them to play with. Oh, there's a sneaky guy just around the corner. Unfortunate enough, and that's going to be the end for one player of Blackjack Esport. 0 back into the grass he goes. Just like a Pokemon, ready to pounce at you if you walk the wrong way. From a shiny. Unique going down the hilltop. Nice little headshot connects for Lelouch. And he's going to instantly confirm that one. That's going to be their 3rd frag so far in this first game of the day. Skirp and Chills so far split away from one another, but can still have Chills maybe join up on his position. And I'm surprised they're not going for the wide rotate west, but they want to go for the hard way. And look at those shots. Blackjack are not interested in taking that anymore. They want to get in circle, hold on to position, and gatekeep teams trying to move in late.
Well, I think that is a very good call to make, as we can see that big migration now coming through. MG just going to town. Just destroying and obliterating the hopes and dreams for the players there from the side of Lag.
What am I watching right now? This is not the PUBG Mobile I know. I mean, I like it. I'm not going to complain, but what the hell? Okay, this is why Quarry finishes are entertaining, DK. This is why I want to see some harsh circles. Okay, teams might hate them, but I love to cast them. That's what I can say, and hopefully the viewers like watching them. Of course. Now the fights are growing up even more.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to our final 10 teams. Time's fun when you're having flies, and of course you can see Rila Insider now just positioned on that southern point, looking to bring in a little bit of a gatekeep play potentially, as we do have quite a few teams still positioned down south. I mean, Unique being one of them, but a lot of these teams now just playing the edge of zone, which is not surprising because center zone, there's not really cover to make much use of, so I'm kind of expecting this to continue for a little while longer.
Yeah, virtual gaming has got to be careful. That'll probably be a little bit split, and that means if one knock happens, which it did right now, those races are going to be hard to pull through. Insider, very, very strong position on that. Already up to 7 elimination, now up to 8. They're good for that double-digit kill count on this first game. That would be absolutely bonkers. But you've got to think about moving out. Your compound is good for now, but oh, okay, it's still good. Okay, apparently it's still good. Take it back.
Well, yeah, but look at that zone shift now. It moves down to BJE. We also have Rila Insider position there. I mean, these are 2 of the teams that I've mentioned before, and they are really now looking freaking-tastic in their position. I mean, I don't know really what's going to be happening because these teams are just going to be having to move in. We got Umbra starting to push in from that western side. Magic also trying to get a bit of a foothold in the zone. But I don't want to be BJE or Insider at this particular point in time.
Yeah, probably want to make just a little bit of a slow approach to make sure you don't get caught out mid-rotate, though. Aphelion Apex going to start moving out. Kage, Jasa, Eru, ready to start pushing towards the circle. Northern side is where I would say the entry point is easier, but you have very little options when it comes to positions to hold, right? So it is going to be easy to transition, but to hold, that's where things are going to get a little bit dicey for the side of AE. Umbra, though, on the wide western side, they went for a super wide rotate to get in that position, which I can appreciate. But now you can't go for sneaky wide rotates to get in circle anymore. You're going to have to take those fights, get those shots, get those eliminations, and now they're going to have to take the fight head on themselves, which they are starting to do. They're starting to put the pressure down as a 3-man and get more and more control on the western side.
I mean, these 8 teams having to cram in. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, but Shadowin quickly managing to evade a potentially brutal grenade getting sent on through. Kage also now going to just be looking to just inch their way up as the rest of the Aphelion Apex team are making their way on up. Umbra down to 3. They're looking pretty strong moving into the 6th phase, potentially now 7th phase, but also Magic are coming up from that eastern side, as we can see those hits now starting to make their way on in, and this is going to be a fight to the finish. The teams are not going to have it all that easy, but also we see the Masters sneaking on through, Kage stepping up, trying to pick up a quick elimination. They're looking to get the confirmation, but Magic, loses Harley, and with that, they are now down to only 2 remaining hopefuls.
Holy cow, this is an interesting finish for the books for sure. The thing is, normally in circle shifts, I'm like, I have a good idea as to who would have a big chance of winning. And in a circle like this was how many teams are still alive, DCAM, with the fact that we play the field finish. It's anyone's game. Literally anyone can come out on top of this one. DMS going to be out of this one. That's Master Esports eliminated in 8th position. Only 17 remain. Jassa able to put the pressure down. The circle's about to go into phase 7 in just a few seconds' time. If she goes heavily in favor of a team, that could be a huge deciding factor as to who's going to secure the first chicken dinner of the day. So over to the northwestern side, so huge for teams like Umbra. That could be good, even potentially Blackjack and Aphelion Apex, but it's not going to be an easy one to close off here because you need to now start pushing into circle and then pushing teams away that are trying to push into the circle itself.
Yeah, and with that, we see now the players from Magic also just now riding on one. But Umbra, Aphelion, as well as Rila Insider, still rocking 3 players apiece. Blackjack now, of course, getting eliminated, so it's going to be bye-bye birdie for them. But 5 teams left, getting ready to move in. It is going to be an open field. This is going to be such a tough one. But Rila Inside, of course, now trying to hold off a little bit on that rotation, not looking to push up too aggressively because they still have a little bit of time left. And we know that Blue Zone is going to be just aiding a little bit with providing additional damage, especially as the teams are still relatively spread out.
For himself a little bit of a barricade with that. It's a pretty expensive barricade, not gonna lie. Okay, I think that when you have a supercar as a barricade, I think you're pretty successful in life. Just gonna try and do a barrage of utility, push teams away, which is definitely the way to do things. But they forget one player of Magic right behind them. Can play absolute spoilers. All he needs is one knock, and that is instantly putting the tides in the favor of other teams around them. Oh, the rollover is here, though. Trip. No one's going to trip over him, that's for sure. That's it. He's done out of the game, my friend. 3 teams now remain. Blackjack Esports do indeed get eliminated. Rila Insider follow suit. 10 eliminations for Umbra. We said it right. This team coming in from the Western European season not so long ago. Maybe a little bit disappointing in that tournament. Here they come in with some huge expectations set for themselves. 1 player not. 2 players still there with a huge off angle for Mortez and PRZ. Can they secure the first huge chicken dinner of the day?
Well, it could definitely be on the cards for them, of course. Now, they still have to try and deal with the potential stragglers just scattered. Because if you look, you can see, the hits finding their way on in. Beautifully played. There we go. Virtual Gaming getting sent away. Now it is down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be Umbra up against Aphelion Apex. We got Jassa, Kage, and Andrew. And then, of course, on the opposite end, we got Morteza, PRZ, and Shadowin. And yes, this is going to be an absolutely crazy play. But these nades, those are the utilities we were looking for.
This circle, though, phase 8 goes in favor of Aphelion Apex once more. And not going to be an easy one to take away, Umbra. So you're going to have to put a lot of effort into this. All you have to do is win the first fight, which is what they do. And now they can start taking control. Jazz a little bit too far forward. And the hay bales gets popped away. They're going for it, the push with the F4, with also the Groza. The perfect weapon loadout to win this head-on-head fight. And they get the second. Kage falls down on his knees in submission. It's the only area left alone. And now Umbra, they know they have a good idea of where that guy might be hiding. And they're going wide, going for the wide split. They're going for the sprays, hit a few shots. He goes for the reverse engage, hits one, but that's not going to be enough. And DK, we have our first chicken dinner of the day going over to the boys of Team Umbra in dominant fashion until the very end.
Wow, that was absolutely fantastic to see. I mean, Aphelion Apex, we did see Andrew trying so hard to land those finishing blows, but unfortunately, Andrew was just outnumbered and outmuscled, and beautiful execution coming through there from the side of Team Umbra, stepping up, grabbing that chicken. But we saw some pretty heavy eliminations come through in this first match.
Yeah, it's been really elimination heavy. I mean, for Umbra, once again, we're going to talk about Umbra quite a bit on this game because it's been really good from them. And another team that started off with a fight, I mentioned at the start, these early game fights don't make a lot of sense, and they got pushed up big time by, I believe it was AKM at the start in Rostock. Losing only 1 player that was wasted, unfortunately enough, but they went for the wide rotates, and they understood, and I love that kind of thought process, which is, we do not have the numbers to breach circles aggressively. So we're just going to avoid those situations from happening in the first place. Boom, wide rotate, go into the more western side of the circle, and because of the harsh circle nature that's been happening every single time, enter from that position, clear a few teams if you can, zone them away with a few shots, and get positions off the back of that. It's really clean execution. As I said, when we look back on the last PMPL where I saw Umbra play, I was a little bit disappointed, but I have huge expectations for them coming into this qualifier for the PMPL Africa Spring Season 2022. So we'll see. But of course, we're going to also look after this game at the rankings from this match to see how many points were really taken home by all of these teams in this first game of the day. And you're going to be able to see that Umbra, not only do they get the 15 placement points from that chicken dinner, they get themselves 14 kills on top of it. A total of 29 points in the first game. That's a pretty good way to start it off.
Yeah, that is definitely quite an impressive way to start it off. As you said there, Team Umbra with an absolutely fantastic play. But of course, up in second place, we've got the players there from Aphelion Apex. If you decipher those numbers, what it then means is they got those 12 as well as the 8 that puts them on a grand total of 20. So a good position to take up there in second place. Of course, looking at that second page now, you said previously when we were talking, having a chat yesterday, right? You said you like second pages.
I like second pages are my favorite page. It's not even on my favorite page. They are the superior page by far. If you go on Google or Bing, whoever uses Bing, I do not know, but I always go to the second page. It's the best page. First page, a little bit overrated in my opinion, but look at these guys. Unfortunately, the second page does not offer a huge amount of points. The only team that's going to get a decent amount of points this game is going to be Team Unique, which had, I would say, DK, and tell me if you agree or not, an insanely strong push onto DROGONS on the southern side of Quarry. It's a very hard push to execute, but the way they just full sent it aggressively and won those fights head to head so dominantly was huge to see. So big heads up to Team Unique. Even though that shift afterwards was a little bit more complicated, I think that they could have went for the wide rotate west instead. I think that would have been a way more viable option. They still were able to take control of a position which is known to be hard to breach. So for that alone, 4 points. It's a decent start to the day for a team that did place in 9th.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. That position where they found themselves out right on the edge of those cliff sides, it makes it so challenging to try and pull off a rotation, particularly over to the east. So I agree. Western side, West was best in that situation. But I mean, looking at the positioning we had from so many of these other teams coming into those later few phases, it was just jam-packed, particularly the edge of zone, right? Normally we see a few teams venturing out into center zone, looking to set up a bit of a foothold there or a stronghold or whatever you want to call it. But this time around, we saw a lot of teams just playing the edge, and it was just pure carnage across the board.
I don't think any team wanted to play center in a circle like this. You know what? I respect the edge play, but I'm like, you're looking at the field finish, you're like, no. I'm not going to do that. And teams that did try, unfortunately, got spotted out by, 4 or 5 teams, and it just got absolutely obliterated. Yep. So goes to show, these type of finishes, you want to be careful on how you position. You want to try and play edge as much as possible. But that's our first game of the day already done for these guys. Really good step up from a lot of the teams. But now on our next game, we're going to be switching groups, of course. Here we are, Group A and Group B done. And now we're going to head on over to Sanhok. It's going to be Group B and Group C that's going to come your way right after this break. Well, you get more than you bargain for sometimes, and I bargained for some good games, and that first game did in fact deliver big time here, DK, with the first chicken dinner of the day going away of Team Umbra in very dominant fashion. But we have some other teams like Aphelion that has also had some really strong performances. I couldn't have any better way to kick off the day here for the African PMPL qualifier. It's a good way to kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, this is setting the bar really, really high after just this first match. So I'm curious to see what the addition of those Group C teams are going to be doing as they get ready to step up to the plate now, get ready to move. And now, you know, they're moving up onto a little bit of that Sanhok action. So getting right down into the sweaty jungle to try and show, well, the world what they can bring to the table.
So before it was moist jungle, now it's sweaty jungle. Like we're changing. Are you limit testing, seeing what annoys me? You're like, maybe this word he's not gonna like. We'll see what it's gonna be. We'll find one eventually. But yeah, so as you said, we're gonna have some new teams of Group C that are gonna be joining the mix this time around, and we got some really strong teams in our Group C, right? That are gonna be joining the mix this time around. I'm pretty hyped for. When you're looking at Group C, you're gonna have Exodius, you're gonna have Grind Gaming, which is a team that I said was Hainsley. That is a team that I'm looking towards to see play today. Next level, MZR Esports, which is also one of these big teams we're expecting to potentially see perform really well. RAZE Clan, RTG Esports, Super Young Stars, and Zero Tolerance Skills, which, from the match results I've seen of yesterday in particular, Zero Tolerance Skills were in second place and RAZE were in first place. So these two teams in particular are popping the hell off. So these are two big names that you definitely want to be looking at while going through this game on Sanhok.
I couldn't have said it better myself. You know, Sanhok is going to be where it's at, is where the teams will have to once again, you know, just they're going to be put to the test. A lot of that CQC action coming through. Already a pretty aggressive start over on Erangel, and I'm looking for that continuation now coming through up in it towards a little bit of the Sanhok action. And you know, who knows? The teams have really been quite surprising and impressive starting it off, but now the players there from Group B kind of have I wouldn't say a head up or foot up above the players here from Team C, but it does set the bar at a certain point, and I'm hoping to see the players there from Team C come in and being able to match what the players there from Group B are bringing to the battlefield.
I feel really stupid. I have two cameras. I was looking at the other camera like, yes. I was like, oh, it's that one. Hey, weird flex for me, guys. Sorry, apology for that. Very unprofessional. But we're ready for our next game. And intrigued to see how teams are going to be adapting to the moisture map of Sanhok. I said it myself. Wow, what's happening? But ready to jump into game 2 here of day 2 of the African PMPL qualifiers. Bring 2020 to season. And playing path, I mean, you could talk about the playing path. It gets you a little bit faster over to your drop location. But my question is right now for you, DK. Are we going to have a fight in bootcamp go down? I do not want anything else than a bootcamp fight happening here.
Well, potentially I'll say yes, right? Just looking at where we see a few of these teams starting to jump already. So it's definitely a good potential play, but we could also see something developing over on towards that by none side. So I'll say yes for now for potential bootcamp fight, but not out of the gate.
Yeah, it's not happening now. It feels bad, man. Oh, that's I got my own feed on my side, and there's some people's got some really cool parachutes making me very, very jealous. But as you know, I'm very unlucky when it comes to pulling in crates. Phase 1 circle, very, very good for these teams for a simple reason. There's like 99% chance it's going to end on the eastern mainland island. So the northwest island, the southwest island, don't need to think about those. Though I am seeing a potential fight that could happen towards the ruins/Tamban area. Which could be a very, very scary prospect for some of these teams. Exo and NL currently very close to one another. And even Camp Alpha up Northwest Island, some teams are on top of one another. It's a small map. Hot drops are sometimes bound to happen. So two teams have a chance of getting eliminated very, very early on. So you just got to be careful because things could get a bit dicey.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of dicing going to come through here, as we can see the teams already getting into a little bit of that potential play. We've got the players here from SYR as well as Unique, positioned all the way over on towards one of the camps there. That is, of course, going to be Camp Alpha. So they're going to be starting it out potentially. We're going to look to see whether or not Slashin is going to come through swinging, as, you know, that's kind of what we hope. We want to have some pretty aggressive starts to Sanhok, because that is what Sanhok is. You know, it is that opportunity to get down to business, to get right up in there with the aggression. And already it does seem like Skirp is going to be holding off. I really want to say his name in Afrikaans. It means sharp, right?
Really?
But I'll go with the English version of skirp. Yes.
Well, I don't remember. Was it in the African PMCO that we used to call skirp skirp? Or was that, I think they did that with Imperium like a long time ago, and we used to call him always skirp.
Ooh.
I don't know. In the past, though. I'm not sure if we'll go with it again. Maybe in good moments. But this is a really good moment for Team Unique. Once again, take himself a really good sneaky angle. SYR getting a little bit confident for Super Young Stars on their position. They're going to move out. Or not going to be able to get the res. Convoy, yeah, that's one player already out of the game this early on. And they technically had the advantage, but the surprise factor paid dividends. And Unique thinking, are we going to push that one? I mean, Phantom definitely, man. That guy just sprinted down the hill. Goddamn. He's speedrunning this one 100%, all percent speedrun.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I didn't know. Sorry. Yeah.
No, unfortunately, he can't run all his way to the chicken. Like, I'm glad that's not a thing. Otherwise, we would have seen. But imagine that though, speedrunning PUBG.
Yeah, I was thinking it would be cool if we added PUBG Mobile to the GDQ next year. That'd be. I don't know if you ever watched GDQ. Games Done Quick. Do it for charity mostly and everything. Is really cool. Definitely recommend you guys to go check it out when it's live. But PUBG Mobile in there, like the fastest chicken dinner ever secured, or the fastest team to get like I don't know 20 eliminations or something like that. It would be a cool idea. I'm not sure if this is a cool idea though for Super Young Star, currently pushing away uphill. Luckily enough, the trees are blocking out vision for Phantom. If the trees were not there or in different locations, they would get spotted out, and that would be, I believe, an instant squad wipe. But luckily enough, the tree is right there, able to hide their escape route, while Team Unique are like, where the hell are these guys? Can't see them. It's a 4v3. This should be easy, but no, they're nowhere to be seen. They already left Camp Alpha, so you might keep on looking, but you're not going to find anything except dust in this position.
Yeah, they just up and disappeared. So fortunately for them, that was a good situational play, just utilizing those trees as you've pointed out there, using that as their kind of scapegoat to move into a more secure potential position. But I mean, looking down on towards this side here, where we see the players from Your Killer Is, we did see Sid, of course, fighting a quick few shots over on towards the players there from Rila Insider, managing to pick up one of those elims. But I do also expect quite a few of those elims now coming through right here up in towards Paradise. We can see the players from Virtual Gaming as well as the team from Lag just positioned over on towards that western side. And it's been some time since I last saw a good, decent fight breaking out in Paradise.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's not really been going to the extent I think some Paradise fights have been going. This time around, Lag, VGS, not really, especially Lag, not fully interested in taking that fight, so they just decided to, you know what, we're going to move away. There's a good little compound that's down southwest of Paradise Resort. We're just going to go in that position, hold on to it. I like it. I think that teams that are stubborn to keep fighting in Paradise Resort when there's no need to do so are not playing the way they should. So I am happy to see that that fight did not happen. Otherwise, yeah, this is a very, very slow / passive start for Sanhok game. Only 2 players. I mean, I'm not even sure if 2 players were taken out. I believe 1 player was taken out, and there's a team that spawned in as a 3-man, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, actually, no, it was 2. 1 player of INS and 1 player of SYR that got taken out, 1 each. So we were actually in a lobby of 64 players this time. That's good. But ooh, a little bit of action maybe happening inside of Cave. Hey, those are rare. I love to see those. Let's go.
Yeah, well, anything could be on the table as we're waiting to see all the action unfold here. Of course, we do see Anonymous and Ice positioned down below. We do see Sid on that far opposite end, but I mean the Masters also just playing this one very, very cautiously. Angelo just trying to get a good lay of the land, but I kind of understand what they're trying to do here. You know, everyone is trying to stay in this match as long as they possibly can, because once that second phase pops, it's going to be even more of that, as we see Sid now getting taken down from so far away.
Good stuff from Bamboo, able to sprout the very first elimination for his team potentially. Boom, 1 more 1 tap and he gets it, and that's it. First point in the bag. And in a, well, I would say, a pretty good position to transition into phase 1, but you've got to be careful because they're intertwined with some players of YK. So they could have that little bit of back and forth, that unexpected angle that could cause their demise. So you just need to be very, very aware of your surroundings. Because one position you forget to scout and to check out might just be one player sneaking his way in the grass of Sanhok, and then you're done instantly. So you've got to be wary about that. But phase one still has a long way before it actually is completely closed off. We're about 50% done, so teams still have time. But where I am seeing the clock ticking faster and faster is more towards the western side. And I was about to say that Ruins right now, one team in particular, is an absolute agony and next level, because we know DK has a fact of moving away from this Ruins area when teams are defending the outskirts is almost mission impossible if done right.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be quite the challenge for them to pull it off. And they've got a team on either side. They've got a team position up on towards the northwestern side. They've got another team position over on towards that southeastern end. So definitely next level will have to take their gameplay to the next level already. Oh, there we go. Great start. Beautiful trade-off coming through. Lashin now going to be looking to push and potentially just assist with the rush, as the players here from SYR get off to an absolutely fantastic bit of a tussle.
Okay, hardest part has been done for next level. The 3 remaining players were able to actually push out of Ruins, so that's good. The information was not given over on the other side of SYR, so that is a huge advantage that now has been given over to the other side. I wouldn't say given, just SYR were unaware of the team being there. I mean, you're probably not expecting a team at this point in time to still be in Ruins, so completely understandable for SYR to not have the information. But look at next level. They are not pushing for the fight. They are setting themselves up ready to stop a potential leapfrog from SYR later on down the line. This position to gatekeep is absolutely huge. I love it from next level. Let's see if it's going to pay off.
Yeah, and especially if the zone does move up into this kind of trifecta region where they are currently positioned, that could be just golden for them. But again, we do see a little bit of that convergence now coming through as the teams are anticipating this potential zone shift. It does, however, now continue over on towards that eastern side. So maybe next level could now look to capitalize on their position, as we do see the players there from SYR starting to just hug that coastline as they're looking to rotate out.
MZR at the southern side could go for rotation. I think that a circle like this, you can enter onto the eastern side of maybe Camp Bravo, Lakawi, Kampong, if you want to go for a little bit of a shorter rotate. There's a lot of options still remaining here, DK, I would say, clearly for a lot of teams that have taken the slow approach to rotate in this phase 1/phase 2 transition. So definitely no one should normally go out mid-transition this time around. Though SYR did get surrounded by the side of next level, but I have the impression next level have no idea. They just are hugging the riverside. They're just like still defending the building. Like, when are they coming out? Where are they?
Yeah.
Why are they not moving? Did they die? But no, they actually just took the sneaky route like a bunch of magicians and are getting themselves to the safety of the trifecta. That is a huge escape plan. It was risky, but it paid off.
Yeah, but we also do see the players there from Exodus just a little bit further up ahead. But now as we move on, we also have the players here from Unique creeping their way up behind Infinity. And this could be quite the play to make, as I don't know whether or not, you know, Infinity is fully aware, or the RAZE clan rather, are fully aware of this push coming in from the side of Unique. But just based on what they're doing, Unique also don't really know who's lying up ahead of them.
Yeah. RAZE clan was Infinity, now RAZE clan. Currently, if I'm not mistaken, is the top team in terms of overall points in the tournament. They are in first place. Got himself 2 chicken dinners. DK, by the way, in the first day of play, out of all of those matches, he got himself 2 points. Got himself a total of 42 placement points and 29 eliminations over the course of all those games played. So, big stuff from RAZE clan. We'll see if they can try and make themselves even more of a presence throughout the day. I do like the fact that there's an Agent 47 already over the other side of the river. That is huge, but the rest of the team can't really follow up on that. Now they have to defend. You can't cross, otherwise you're going to show your back. The Beast almost able to get himself a double spray knockdown. The Phantom going for the wide rotate a little bit. Doesn't want to allow that rest to come to fruition. Otherwise, this push is going to be almost impossible to pull off. But we know from that last game that they can go for some good aggressive breaches, some good aggressive pushes if needed. Agent 47 getting shot from a distance. It's hard to peek from those type of positions, but now the blue zone is here. The clock is now ticking for these guys. As Phantom still up above, able to heal off just a tad, up to 100% HP. Still has another medkit if needed. Good spray, but Agent 47 is still standing strong.
Yeah, and of course we do see Somali and Kingerman now, the 2 players left on this side of the island, and it's going to be a pretty tough one to try and hold on, as we already have Somali now trying to make a quick swim across, trying to put some distance in between and potentially provide a little bit of that coverage coming through. But now just a quick reposition as Kingerman comes up, picking up Phantom, completely ghosting him in the process. And now it is up to the rest of the players here from Unique to try and make that push all the way through. Of course, it is going to be Scope, Chills, and Exist now left to try and catch up to that big old blue zone.
Good old Blue Zone. We'll see if they can make it in due time. But I do really love how RAZE Clan were playing their position here. It was such a wide split that even if in a scenario that Team Unique were like, we're just going to wide rotate and avoid it entirely, you're still going to crash into a player of RAZE Clan. So that split in this type of position, despite being risky, if you get fully pushed by a 3-man or a 4-man team, it is something that allows you to have so many options and to just stop potential wide rotates from Team Unique. So I do appreciate that, but now you got to think about making that shift happen because, as you can see on the top right of your screen, our circle has been moving away drastically from this riverside. So you're going to have to make the cross. They're going to start moving to the circle itself because now a lot less space is at play, and we still have 16 teams, DK. So you know that almost all of these strong positions in this next circle are going to be taken, and there's not going to be a lot of spot left for the late teams to rotate.
Yeah, it is going to be quite an interesting rotation for these teams now to come on through. We do see a few of those fights now starting to break out in the blue zones. We still have several teams, though, positioned out in that blue. But, of course, we are seeing several others now looking to just push their way on in. The players there from Virtual Gaming, of course, occupying Paradise for the time being. RAZE Clan are still going to continue their efforts to try and cross all the way on through. But they have rather not just yet dealt with that potential threat coming in from Unique. But it does seem like Unique are also looking to rotate further south instead of directly east.
Oh, okay, I can appreciate that. But the blue, how did Agent get picked up by the blue? Oh, that's an interesting one. I thought they would have been able to get back up on his 2 feet, but guess not. That's it for Agent 47 at least. For Age, we'll see how far they can go. Unique also able to find himself some lucky car spawns, so that circle rotation shouldn't be too hard for them. They should make it in due time. But things are starting to calm down, but except in one position, I'm seeing Bootcamp right now here, DK. Things are starting to light up a tad. SYR in particular, taking a fight for themselves versus another squad, which is going to be, I can't quite see, I think it's Team Somalia, if I'm not mistaken. But one player is going to be knocked for SYR, so 2 players now remain for them. And they're going to try and move as a 2-man in the circle, which is, you know that you need the man advantage to take these fights. So this is going to be a real tricky one for them.
Well, you wanted your bootcamp fight. You are getting it a little bit late and a little bit of a interesting play to come through there. I mean, Blue Zone also, as we did see for a quick moment there, is starting to make its way on through as we have the players there from SYR now just laying it down on to the team here from Somalia. But let's see whether or not Ghost, Impulse, and Alpha can actually get their butts back into that playable areas. They still have a few players from the side of SYR to try and clean up on their way to that zone.
That's a good way to approach it. VGS still yet to really think of moving out of Paradise Resort. A lot of teams, especially on the eastern side, have yet to make these big white rotates. I am appreciating that teams have understood the value of some of these positions, are just remaining in there. I'm looking at Hypnos, I'm looking at Sully. Still got Pyro and Hainsley a little bit further back. So I do like the 2-2 split. It's really good for information gathering. But upon entering the next circle rotation, I just hope that they're going to try and regroup as a 4-man, because you know that now more than ever, you want to have those 4-man stacks. You want to be able to take those fights head on, because breaches are going to be happening left, right, and center, especially if it shifts towards the southern side, towards Ban. Because that's a lot of hilltop positions, a lot of high ground spots to play from, which are very, very strong. Whichever team can get the compounds right up north of Ban is gunning for minimum, normally, I hope, a top 3 game finisher.
Yeah, it is going to be absolutely essential to try and get a good foothold. And of course, the team that we saw over in towards bootcamp, that is not Somalia, that's the players from Seems Outplayed. I mean, I understand why we kind of make that oops, but you know, whichever way, we'll just continue to bounce back from that, as we do see quite the convergence right here now over on towards this western side of the zone. We got AKM, we got the players there from Teams Outplayed, position up ahead with that impulse, has a beautiful hit come through there from the side of Rio. Nice long-range sprays, but also the players now from the side of Exodus, positioned just south of this particular position. So AKM need to be careful, because they could very well be caught out in a very uncomfortable kind of sandwich coming through, but also the players there from SYR now getting focused on as Exodus continue to move further down south.
Fair to assume that this is a way better performance than last game for the side of AKM. Having a little bit of an easier time. Didn't lose 2 players super early on, but maybe I jinxed it. I don't know. Savage, nice little fight back. F1 instantly picked up. AKM going to go for the result on back onto Rio. But 3 players instantly unlocked out. I'm sorry, guys. I jinxed it, I have the impression. But it seems Outplayed a little bit too far to really commit, go for the full-on push. But they are getting third parties from the potential other angle right now. So it's not an easy one. There's going to be ZTS and also Exo from a distance. So AKM are in a world of hurt. 1 extra player is going to be knocked, that's going to be stopped. And now only Rio remains, just like game number 1. I think he's just seconds away from death as he's trying to pick up the car. He's smoking up. He's going to go into Team Exo. And 1 or 2 more bullets and he is done here, DK. And that's going to be the case. AKM are eliminated in 13.
Wow, that was yeah, that was a really challenging rotation to pull off. But I'm not surprised really to see this kind of outcome, as we still have 12 teams left to try and squeeze themselves into this 4th, potentially the 5th phase as well. But now we see the players there from Lag, trying to focus their efforts. But we have the players here from Virtual Gaming also coming in with a quick push up from the north. And it's going to be essential for Virtual Gaming to get themselves positioned in this phase. Because, I mean, so far, they brought in a really good performance coming in on the first game, finishing on those 11 points. But will they be able to replicate that once again as they now go up against Lag? 1-9, putting a very quick stop to 3 of the players.
Oh, the end is a third party happening on side, though. You've got to be careful. Pushing on forward with a barrel. That's going to be for Luigi, getting himself an extra one. Ah, that's a good weapon to defend for Lag, though. 1-9 give his best shot, but it's not going to go the entire way. The circle, though, drastically shifts away from their location. So now, even more than ever, it's going to be such a hard way for them to make it to the circle. Hopefully, they started stacking up some first aids to go and commit to the heal-off strat, which I did see one player of Team Lag have 9, I believe I just saw. So that could help him survive and maybe get an extra few placement points. But 12 teams are still alive. You don't want to start the heal off when 12 teams are still alive. It's maybe a little bit too early with the amount he has. So if you can move in circle, that's big. But seeing once again how the hard shift is going and the circle is closing off now, he's going to have to gun for it. He's going to have to start sprinting his way and truly speedrunning the game from now on.
Yeah, I mean, now we get to wait and see what they're going to be bringing. Grind Gaming now going to be continuing to push up as they too are trying to get ahead of that blue zone. Quickly stopping up alongside the players here from Next Level, who've also now just leapfrog their way on forward. Rila Insider getting sent away, having a pretty tough time right here on the Sanhok map. But look at this, our 11 teams now just getting closer and closer as the pressure is really dialed up, especially coming in from Next Level now.
If you want to know about one team that's definitely going to have a hard time, that is going to be Team Unique. Even though they're currently having a decent fight versus TMS, being in ban and moving away from ban is so hard to play around. So we'll see if they can make it play, especially with this circle now moving away from ban itself. So Team Unique are going to have a real rough time to actually reposition in circle itself. Let's see if they can make that play happen. But right now on the top side is going to be Next Level taking their engage. This is one squad that we mentioned that we would like to see some great things from, right? Is going to be the side of Grind Gaming. A few nades exchanged back and forth. I think the last game, when we look back on last game, right, DK, there was a big lack of nades and utility being used in general, also smokes. I'm happy we're seeing a little bit more usage of that utility this time around because I think some teams struggled a lot last game because of the lack of utility. Here, they're trying to make things a little bit easier, but I would still love to see more smokes, especially from the fight still happening up north. So hopefully teams can try and capitalize on those a little bit more. Hypno spots a player. Unfortunately, only gets a bit of damage. He just puts his hair back in place, but that's all he shall get in that trade.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but now the teams are going to continue to just converge on each other. Pyro getting knocked on down. As you can see, Low coming in with a beautiful shot. The rest of the team now just trying to hold up that front line. We do see Hypnos, and Slowly trying their utmost, but the shots are coming in from all directions. This is such a difficult position to be playing, but Low continuing to try and pick up. Sully now moved up. Come on, who's going to get it though?
Whoa, what is going on? I thought for sure that Team Lag was not going to be able to move away from that one. How the hell does he survive that? That's huge. That's absolutely huge, but they're still suffering from their wounds. Nala Well, next level is still there. Goes for the random spray through the smoke, and that pays absolute dividends there, GK. The circle shift wants some more. Away from most buildings is going to be down on the slope finish, but Unique, I said it, this was going to be so hard for them to move away from ban, and yet they impressed me, able to push out in such dominant fashion. The man advantage is not there. They're going to have to fight tooth and nail to even just hope for chicken dinner to come their way.
Well, it is going to be quite the tall order, but either way, they have been looking absolutely phenomenal throughout this match. And of course, Exodus still riding strong there, as we can see, sitting on a 4-player team. So they have fantastic numbers moving into this late phase. But of course, we do have several teams still also now sitting on 3 players aside. That is going to be Zero Tolerance, as well as the players coming in from next level. Exodus now continuing to advance up from that southern side. Ooh, Unique rather, position just up on the edge. Will we see those hits come through? The watch coming in. Who will pick it up though?
Yeah, Joker goes wide. Nice spray onto the Bloom, and that's going to be another team eliminated. See you later, Grind. It was good seeing you. 3 teams now remain. As Exodus now behind that rock, maybe just have... they won't have enough time to go for the res. There's no way. That blue zone is going to tick way too hard. You need to push out now. Leave him in the blue. You need to take control. Next level, taken out. That's 3rd place. Potentially coming their way if they lose their final player. But that molly was absolutely huge from Kuma. But now they have the little bit of high ground advantage. That's huge. Even though the circle's not really in their favor, they're still going to have to push it. But if they have some nades, those nades onto zero tolerance skills could be absolutely huge. The first one is chucked. Not going to have the effect initially expected, but this game seems like it should be getting away with Exodus if played correctly.
Well, Exodus, of course, being able to res up the full team, now moving into this final phase with 4 players on their lineup. Zero Tolerance coming in with 3, so there's going to be a 4v3 fight to the finish. Exodus having a good position up on the high ground, but the zone is over in towards the players here from Zero Tolerance, so they do have the advantage. And who knows, maybe if they play this position well, we could definitely see them putting quite a few punishing blows up on towards Exodus. We're going to be finding out exactly how that will go as the rush got through. Look at that. Vortex picking up a beautiful knock. Now it turns to Lord and Skydo. Trying to keep it all together to close up that chicken. Of course, the side of Exodus reduced down to only Joker.
Wow, Vortex, that double nade is absolutely huge. Mine's going to try and move in, might be able to get a little bit of extra information. Heal up until the very last second. Joker's going to go for the push. It's a risky one. Can he get the clutch at the final moment? Gets one. Gets for the second. Going to go for the wide split. The blue connects it. Can he get it? Secured away. I have no idea who was able to get it, but I do believe it went the way of Exodus right there, and that was our 2nd game of the day done. And indeed, I'm looking at my screen. Exodus secured the win. Joker secures the 1v2 final clutch to secure game 2.
Well, that was just absolutely insane. I mean, Joker pulled that off with almost no health left. I think that was like 5 or 7 HP remaining in that health bar. So a beautiful clutch coming in from the side of Exodus there. Of course, the players from Zero Tolerance skills coming in with that 2nd place. Also, some pretty impressive elim counts coming through once again. But the players there from Next Level, as well as Unique, they've held their own. Unique, as you said before, you know, they had a really tricky rotation, particularly over towards Hatin, starting off in the early phases of the game, trying to get away from the players there from who we had of I think it was the RAZE clan. Managed to get that rotation, and they were just able to survive all the way through into those late phases.
Yeah, it was a really good play from them. Moving away from ban is such a tricky thing, but I have the impression what worked in their favor, right, is that the southern side of ban was outside of circle, so no teams are going to be able to have, 2 angles, because it's like kind of a valley area, so if all teams are just spotted around you, you're not going to make it out. But luckily enough for them, the circle moved away out of the circle, the southern side, so no teams could really have that sneaky off angle with the teams at north and east. And then as long as they eliminated the team that came in from the east, which they did, I don't remember which team it was, but they did get rid of that team. All the teams were just so focused on moving in circle and fighting one another that it just cleared a lot of space and a lot of breathing time for them to actually push into the circle itself. So it was really well played from them. But man, I really thought the game was going to go for Exodus, and it did almost go to Zero Tolerance for a second. That is the reason why I said at the end I thought the advantage was for Exodus is because if they have nades, there is no way that in such predictable positions you do not win that fight. But I have an issue is that last game and this game, utility's lacking super soon in the game. I want to see more nades available late game because that can change the pacing of the game drastically. You know what? We're also going to take a drastic look. I don't know if that's a transition. Oh, we'll see. We'll go with it. We're going to take a look at the rankings of the second game of the day on Sanhok to see how the point disparity has been going through for these guys. And we're going to see it for our first place Exodus plus the 15 points of the chicken dinner, secure 10 elimination points on top of it. So a really good way for them to start the day on their first game.
Yeah, definitely a really, really good way to start the day. But also, we see a really good play coming through there from Masters Esports as well. Also putting up those 7 elims. Now, if only that placement worked out a little bit better, we could see them right up there alongside potentially the players from Zero Tolerance Skill. But, of course, you know, we do have those points locked in. Team Unique coming in with their 11 alongside Next Level. 3 elims, of course, to the side there of Team Unique. But definitely got to say I'm quite satisfied with the results, making their way through. Again, there's some teams really stepping up the aggression, finding quite a few elims. As we can see, this first page looking pretty elim heavy. But now the question comes in is, what's your favorite page going to look like?
What's my favorite page going to look like? We'll see. As you can see at the bottom of the page here for the first page, teams outplayed only have 6 points, so you can expect a pretty significant drop going on to the second page. We'll see if we'll go there in time. But as you can see at the top of your screen, this was a real party zone this time for the second game, DK. That is for sure. That is a statement in itself. Really happy to see how things have been able to kick off today. But here we go. Heading on to the second page, we'll see where the points currently stand for the teams that made it from 9th to 16th. Of course, if you're 13th and below, you do get yourself 0 points. So a few teams such as Your Killer Is, RAZE Clan, Super Young Star, AKM Esports, and Rila Insider secured the 0 placement points. So unfortunate, went out a little bit too early, but it is Sanhok. It can be forgiven.
Yeah, I mean, it is a beast all on its own. But fortunately, we do have a little bit more of that Erangel returning relatively soon, so the teams will have yet another opportunity to improve on these points even more. And I mean, this is quite a surprising play coming through from Rila Insider. I mean, they finished strong. That they took that 4th place with the 10 eliminations over on Erangel. And now, moving up into Sanhok, they were one of the first teams to get sent away with only 1 point getting brought in from this match. So that is kind of, for me, the beauty of the changes between the different maps, as every map kind of demands its own play style. And we see that being quite evident as the teams make their way on through. And we constantly see a beautiful change coming through as well.
Yeah, I mean, we had some really big changes. I would love to know if you agree with me, but if you compare what we've seen in the last 2 PMCOs and what's happening in these 2 games, at least for the start of the day, things have changed big time. I'm a little bit disappointed with the lack of utility. Something I'm going to bring up. I was during the first game, I was also reading the YouTube chat comments that were coming through, and everyone's like, where's the utility? There's no smokes, there's no grenades. I'm like, yeah, I fully agree with the chat right there. There was a big lack of those, and I hope that teams are going to try and stack up on utility a little bit more to facilitate transitions into the late game. I think that would be a very, very big reason for you to make it easy, because then in particular, you saw that nade. You see how valuable they can be. Vortex, boom, double nade, double knock on the nade. That could have been the complete turnaround that they needed, and then they were initially taking the 3v4. So I think that's one thing at least I want to see improved significantly in the next games to come. But otherwise, I'm happy with the macro rotations. We saw Team Umbra with a great macro rotate in the first game. This game too is Sanhok teams instantly put their focus to try and make it over to the eastern mainland. A lot of things to really take into account, but there's even more things to break down today because only 2 games in. We still got 3 more games remaining, 2 Erangel and 1 Miramar. The next one's going to be Erangel, and we're going to go straight back to the grassy pastures after this break. 2 games down and 3 more to go today. We got 1 Erangel and 1 Sanhok already played off, and it's been a good way to kick off the action here for the very first PMPL qualifier for the African region, but we still got more to come. It's only the first day of play, and DK, things already starting to heat up, but going into the next one, it's Erangel back on the menu. Really hyped to see how this next one is potentially going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, now we see the players from Group A and Group C meeting each other on the battlefield, of course. Erangel is going to be where it's at, and already Group A and B starting it off quite impressively on that first match. So I'm curious to see what the Group C teams are going to be bringing to the table as they now meet up against Group A. Of course, we just saw a few of those Group C teams participating over on towards Sanhok. It was pretty hot, pretty crazy, but now what's that? Bread and butter time. Here we go. There we go. Like, I'm so excited. I'm mixing up and making new words as we go.
Yeah, this time around, we're going to have Group A and Group C take part in this next game. So interesting to see how the fight's going to be happening between the teams of both of those groups A and C. We're going to have some interesting back and forth potentially. We'll see how it's going to go. But it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for us to jump into our third game of the day. Once again, that is going to be Erangel, and we are about to see how things are going to go down this time around. Intrigued? Of course, looking at these games, Exodus got himself the second game of the day, and you got yourself Team Umbra securing himself the first game of the day. Umbra are now back in the lobby, back for more. We'll see if they can remain the king of the grassy pastures, or if another team is going to take the crown this time.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That is what we are looking to see. But of course, you know, if we look at our chickens, we know that the players from Exodus got the previous one, as we just had an absolutely fantastic one on that end. And we do see both chicken dinner winners in this lobby. So will we see one of them bring in that second chicken, a back-to-back one potentially, or could it be one of the other teams? I mean, it is still pretty much open for the taking. Anyone can step up and claim that position, that final victory. But of course, still a very Western flight path making its way on through in this first initial, well, at the start of the game rather.
Yeah, well, see, plane on their angle likes to go a little bit over to the western side. I do not know why, but apparently he's got something for that western side, which I understand is pretty good. You've got some long beaches to try and chill and get a little bit of a tan, so I do understand it to some extent. Though in terms of drops, going to see if anything is drastically going to change. I'm going to be looking at a position potentially where Umbra like to go. I think Umbra maybe even pushing their drop location a little bit further to not have to take a fight in Rozhok itself, which is the case. Umbra going way further and beyond. Shadowwind's ready on the forefront to make it even further over to the southeast. But other than that, this phase on circle, you would maybe think here, if you are someone that's inexperienced to watch in PUBG Mobile Esports, that this is a good circle because of the plane path. I will tell you, unfortunately, that that's not the case. This is a 50-50 split on the river, which means that very early on, you're going to have to take a gamble or commit to the center to be a gatekeeping team. This is not going to be a fun one. But one team that has huge potential super early on in the game to be in what could be the best position in all of this third game of the day is ZTS. Looking at their spot in particular, they have Cube. If you want to gatekeep a bridge cross, that is the best position to make that happen. So huge props on that one.
Yeah, but it does seem like they're also now starting to just explore their options a little bit. We do see them mobilizing themselves. Also, quite a bit of movement now coming in as place here from Exodus. And 21st Century started off. Beautiful play coming through from Joker. I mean, that MVP next to his name does seem quite fitting to be there. But 21st, already losing Andrew right out the gate. Now looking to see whether or not Pharaoh could be potentially pushing up and picking up a few elims.
Yeah, I think at that distance you might want to go for one taps instead, but hey, he's going for the big spray, and I think he didn't have enough time to loot to have an insane amount of ammo. So I'm scared of him actually running out of ammo pretty quickly, so you might want to hold on to those, especially because you do not have any vest, you do not have any helmets. So you're very prone to taking that big burst damage if you get just one headshot. And we saw Joker do exactly that right last game. You might want to be careful how you actually approach it, because this guy will clutch it out. Doesn't matter the circumstances. He will take the fight if possible.
Yeah, that is definitely a play that we've seen come through from the side there of the players coming in. But now, 21st, just looking to kind of play it a little bit more cautious, a little bit more calculated, but they also are quite spread out. I mean, we do see Pharaoh and Grey positioned up here, but 6-9 is quite some distance away. But unfortunately for the side of Exodus, they don't have much loot really. As we can see, there's not really a good armor being gathered up so far just yet, and I think that's kind of a result of these early engagements coming on through. But hopefully they do decide to potentially try and rotate out to just go improve their loot a little bit more.
Yeah, just loot up a little bit more. Hopefully get the infamous utility that I've been mentioning since the end of that first game. I want to see a step up in that regard at least. Otherwise, as usual, we're not going to have these huge breakout fights with teams getting eliminated left, right, and center at the very start of the game, which I do enjoy. I do appreciate that, so thank you very much. Umbra then did indeed not commit to ROZOK position. They went over to the side of school/apartment, which I believe might just become their main drop-in location, because ROZOK is always going to be contested. We saw that in the first game. We saw that happen right now, so just avoid the fight versus AKM and RTG. School apartment is free. Take it for yourself. I have literally no issue with that whatsoever. And school apartment, in terms of loot alone, right, DK, is one of the strongest positions, and the car spawns are very, very welcoming. So to go for rotations if needed, school apartment is great.
But speaking about positioning, right, I've noticed something, okay? The players there from RAZE clan, they've actually dropped up in towards Pachinki, right? Blackjack, who we saw dropping into Pachinki in the first match, actually now changing their drop, heading all the way up on towards Yasnaya. So the team's already starting to adapt to the opposing teams coming through, just bringing in some extra bit of strategy, potentially looking to bring in a few plays here. But now we still look on towards players from 21st and Exodus still holding on. But I don't know at what point they're going to start to disengage from here, because we have that zone starting to close on up slowly. But Exodus does now seem like they are losing a little bit of interest at, in this kind of delayed play we have going on here.
Especially when you see how dominant Recalcitrant was in the last fight that happened here in game 1. Probably not a team you want to fight in the first, 5-6 minutes of the game. So I appreciate the fact that Exodus are looking to move out of that position. Cube had to take a little bit of damage though, with also Joker, so heal off if they can. But I have the impression a lot of teams, because of how they dropped, are a little bit underlooted. Exodus falls exactly in that category, where I have the impression that they have not the best loot to really take fights head on. In terms of helmets and vests also, they do seem severely underlooted. So if they can go for a temporary spot, get some extra loot, maximize the opportunity for them to win those fights with their loot would be great, because I think that them in particular haven't had the best start in terms of item spawns so far in the game.
Yeah, it is looking a little bit scarce on that front particularly. But now to make things a little bit more difficult, they've now moved out to the edge of the coastline. I mean, 21st century, this is quite the interesting position to be in, and the only player they have really hanging around in the vicinity is going to be Edward, that we can see coming in from the side there of Recalcitrant. And the rest of the team, they've ventured elsewhere. They've actually head off towards the more eastern side. So we do have Banana and Vex on that far off angle, looking to set up a potential play, but they could also be rotating right back and coming in on the opposite end of Joker now.
I have the impression the viewers at home are going to think we're just children, like big grown-ass children. It's just, it's just how it's going. Like, how they find Banana funny. Yeah, like, yes, we do. It's hilarious, okay? It's like peak comedy. Leave us alone. But yeah, so far, nothing too out of the ordinary. We are seeing some teams like Grind finally moving away from Saverni, so they're going to have a little bit of a peak overview up north, looking down into the riverside /ROZOK/ruins, and they're going to get a lot of early information, so that's great. Of course, they are hoping for a good northern shift, but as you said at the start of the game, right, it's that 50-50 chance. You don't know where it's going to go, or you fully commit to a side and then reap what you sow, or you just go to the center and become part of the issue and just gatekeep teams that are trying to make that cross happen, which seems like right now a few teams are doing, like RTG, SYR, but Cube was abandoned. ZTS is not committing to Cube anymore, which I find very unfortunate. I think they could have had 3 players scout into the more northern east side, of George Bowl, while having 1 player in Cube, and then boom, instant rotate. They didn't do that, but I think that is a little bit of a lost opportunity on this game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. I mean, particularly looking at where the teams are starting to move in towards, that could have been quite an essential position to be holding. But I mean, speaking about good holding positions, the players there from Grind Gaming, they find themselves just on that northern side, just a little bit further away from Cube. And of course, the blue zone is closing up. We should see that next phase, the next zone shift coming right on through. And here it is. As you can see, of course, the players there from Grind just positioned almost center zone. But I'm curious to see if the zone is going to continue on with this kind of northern trend. If it does, it moves a slight tad bit in that direction.
I would love to see a team go for Everest right now. This is a huge scouting opportunity. There's a few teams that could potentially go there. I think that Magic in particular is the team that I'm looking at, thinking if they go for there right now, for Everest right now, it would be an easy rotation. It would be a fast rotation, and you would get information super, super early on, and you can gatekeep teams away because, as I said, you would be the first team in that position in the first place. So I think Magic could make it seem like that is maybe the intention. I mean, they're going into cars, they're going in that overall vicinity, but also we've got to keep in mind that we know as a fact no team is there. They do not know that, so maybe they want to take a more passive approach and avoid it, which I would understand. But if they scout it and see it's free, they should 100%.
Ooh, but here we go. Edward and Banana coming in with a split as they're getting ready to just maybe close out a few of the players here from 21st Century. As we can see, Pharaoh now entirely isolated, of course. You see, mate, there, 6-9, venturing a little bit further up towards the zone. Not quite sure whether or not Pharaoh is going to be able to survive this blue. It is, of course, only the second phase, but Stark comes in with an absolutely fantastic single tap right there with the good old Car 98.
I have the impression Stark had enough of getting his head chopped off in the show, and he's just like, you know what, I'm the one. I'm the one who's going to get your head taken off this time, and boom, headshot. Nicely done with the M24.
He was a bit vexed.
Yeah, probably was. I would feel pretty vexed and annoyed if someone cut my head off. I think that's pretty offensive. I don't know what you think, but yeah, I would feel bad.
Well, for the time being, we do have the players here from Umbra and Blackjack. Now, having a fair trade-off, of course, the DROGONS just positioned a little bit further away as well. But a good capitalization coming in from the side there of Umbra, just utilizing their position up in towards school. I'm not quite sure whether or not the players here from Blackjack were actually expecting anyone to still be occupying that position, as we do see the zone now, of course, just continuing over towards that western side. But we also have a good convergence of teams now moving up in towards Ruins. We don't have anyone on Everest just yet, but it does seem like SYR could be potentially moving in that position. DROGONS, for the time being, are going to be looking to just set up a bit of a fortification in these compounds, as they do know that there are a few teams behind them.
Yeah, so Cube is now taken by a team, and that team is none other than Grind. I have very, very high expectations for their game in a position like this. If a lot of teams try and cross, unless it's a big northern shift rotate, then things might be a little bit different, even potentially better for them to pick up eliminations. But right now, I'm looking at them. I want to see at minimum 5 eliminations in this game for them, because if some teams move by, it should not be allowed to happen for them. Not sure what happened for Nova, though, from MZR, sorry. Happens to the best of us. Happens to me every game, almost, I have the impression. But you know what? Even in pro players, it can happen from time to time.
Yeah, but for you, I understand, because you're still looking for the skins, so it makes sense, right?
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure what the situation is here. We can't, we can't use that excuse here. That's not going to fly. But of course, what is going to fly is our next phase. As we can see, Blue Zone is starting to close on through once again. We'll have another shift, another pop coming in, and it will be taking us all the way through towards the northern side. And this is where Cube is going to be absolutely essential.
Do you think James Banks is still pressing the button? He's like watching, and he's got the button back from PMPL Africa from last 2 seasons, and he's like, there you go, another hard shift. Your Erangel games are going to be horrendous. Like, okay, well, thank you, James, appreciate you. But there you go, the bridge cross is starting to happen. I was about to say, I want Sully to regroup, but they're giving up on Cube? Hello? That is...
Wow.
It's the way to do it, but I guess they really want to gun for that chicken dinner, but they're not wanting to go as aggressive, which is surprising knowing they have Hainsley on their team. Right? I was thinking this is a team that can get those big elimination games, but this time, like, no, we're just aiming for the chicken dinner, which I'm not saying it's a bad play, but knowing the team and the roster, it's a surprising one.
Yeah. I have to agree with you on that one, but I mean, the alternate position they're looking to move into is definitely not a bad option. I mean, we've seen quite a bit of contention coming in for that particular compound, especially in a zone sitting the way it is sitting right now. And this is where those bridge positions are going to be absolutely essential. We can see the players here from RTG and as well as the Drogons now occupying either side of this road, but also looking to set themselves up a bit on this bridge play here. So you could potentially see quite a few teams now looking to funnel on through, but it is still a relatively even spread across the board with the positioning coming through from a lot of these teams.
Yeah, pretty nice spread so far. I'm enjoying how teams are playing this. But the main focus is going to be, of course, how are you going to cross this river? Some teams are in pretty good positions. I'm looking at RTG. That is a pretty ballsy 2-2 split, not going to lie, just north of Sunken City. But it could pay off. But I think they're maybe expecting like a very hard shift down south, which if there's a southern shift, I think we can both agree on this one, DK, that if it's a harsh southern shift, it will be on the little island in the middle of the northern river. It's one of the only options where the center of the circle would actually be on mainland and not in the river itself. So I would say the odds are definitely not in their favor. If I were them, I would try and regroup on the 2-2, on the 2 split north. So Ghazi and also Hello, if I were them, and just completely leave the scene. I do not think this is necessary whatsoever. While some other teams like Umbra waited in Rozhok, saw not too many teams are going to be a major issue, but now they are pushing on the 2-2 split of RTG. So Umbra have a huge opportunity, but from the backside, look at that spray from Turabil. And that's it. Umbra had the initiation, had that surprise factor, but everything was lost instantly.
And that was quite a shot though coming through. I mean, Umbra was all the way on the opposite end, so some beautiful shooting coming through from the side there of RTG. But of course, we do see the teams now still trying to play the edge. A few teams being brave and wandering a little bit further in. Magic, of course, being one of those teams now heading up for a more centralized position. But once again, we see Blue Zone making its way on through, and this is where we wait to see if it's going to move down south. Because as you've said now, that little island, you jinxed it, you called it. That was spot on. Well played.
Well, there you go. I think the middle of this circle is like just on the end of the little island. So that is at the same time very lucky, but also extremely unlucky. So yeah, I don't know how to call it, but for most of the lobby, you're seeing everyone at in their cars up north, like, God damn it, come on. You had game 1, okay. If you're Group A right now, you're crying. You're crying tears. I think they're even bloody tears right now. You're just like, come on, stop the suffering. We hate this. But one of the teams that really hate these shifts is Aphelion Apex. They once again got to keep fighting for their position, like in game 1, and I feel bad for the guys because they can do great things. They got themselves second place in that first game, but these circles are not friendly to them.
I'm expecting a potential wide western rotation to maybe find its way on through. But looking at what the teams are doing now, everyone is just looking to rush straight on forward. Of course, we do see Lelouch coming in from the side of Blackjack, trying to rush over to the rescue for MG. But unfortunately, MG does get traded off. Wisco is also going to be bleeding out, and we do see the players there from Grind now quickly stepping up as Hainsley picks up that Elam. And here we go now, Magic and Next Level starting their own little bit of an engagement as Next Level looking to capitalize on their position in this compound, and this could be quite prime real estate position to be holding.
Yeah, big rush from Magic over to the riverbank side, but I think this is too early to go to a position like this. You've got so many teams like Next Level as an example that will shut you down instantly. Sure, you have some smokes is good for temporary location, but those smokes do not last too long. And the moment those smokes dissipate, you're pretty much done. And one team that's also going to be done, apparently, is Aphelion Apex. They tried to force their way forward, but RTG, despite going to the 2-2 split that we mentioned earlier, these two northern guys are defending it tooth and nail. I am surprised they've been able to hold on so long without suffering any damage or any knocks whatsoever. It was a risky play, but I can't argue with the results. It's working amazingly well for them.
Yeah, they are just capitalizing on their position, and I mean, the PUBG gods just smiling down upon them, just blessing them with those positions. But for the time being, I mean, we do see that Gilfeed not really being able to keep up with the sheer chaos now starting to unfold on this map. Next level are continuing their efforts down as they do send the players there from Magic right on back. Zero Tolerance are going to be continuing their efforts now to move on through the players here from MVR. Also going to be trying to move up from that northeastern side with the players there from the Masters position just down below. Oh, but they are getting caught out in the river, and that is definitely not a spot you want to be in.
Yeah, but now you've got to keep in mind you can actually get knocked in the water, so there is a chance for you to come back from death when you get knocked into the water, but it's not something that just... 99% of the time you're still going to go down if you're knocked in the water because you're such an easy picking. So we'll see if they can make it out. Team Somalia not going to be an easy escape route from this game. The circle's about to shift, and it could go literally anywhere. I think there's not going to go north. It could be all next to the western side of Rozhok, or it could be the island itself. And if it is an island finish, there's currently only 2 teams in that position, and it goes right there. I hate it, but I love it. This is great.
Look at RTG. Just like that is so beautiful.
Now.
I mean, yeah, they do. But where though? Because like they got to push through the water. The only place to go is kind of that point of the island, maybe. So I'm not quite sure where they're going to try and rotate up to. But I agree, they have to try and condense that. Meanwhile, we will be seeing quite a bit of fighting now continuing over on this western side as Zero Tolerance and, of course, the players coming in from Grind are looking to close it up. Neither of these teams have the secure position locked in this phase, in this next zone, but they are so close to that. It is, for the time being, going to be a 4v4, 3 play?
Yeah. I have the impression that these are a lot of wasted pieces of utility that could have been kept for noticeably this cross that's happening right now. You're going to need smokes when you go out. If they do not have smokes to leave that river's bank, they are done. So ZDS going to try and join in their footsteps, though Hainsley going to peek his way up. Skydo apparently is going to be the first to actually put his nail in the coffin. And Hainsley's going to be confirmed away. That's it for him. 3 plays still up is going to be Pyro, Mercury, and Sully. And Pyro remained a little bit further back to maybe assist the rotation from the rest of his teammates from Grind. That looks like a good nade, and it's an absolutely amazing one onto Vortex. And that's it. That's the end of the team. Zero Tolerance skills eliminated in 13th. 12 teams still remain, but it's about to be way less, I think, DK, with this circle shift. Pyro, despite being in the blue, he's doing some work. 1 nade kill, plus also getting some knocks from distance, relieving some pressure for his team. He is doing some work despite him going down in 3-2-1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, Pyro was on fire, right? He was on fire until he got kind of extinguished right there. But looking at the rest of the zone, that western side is now pretty vacant. We only got a few players positioned there, but the east, this is where the pressure is going to be on. As we can see, RTG now coming under fire, so then weren't able really to condense that split. As we can see, also the players from SYR now also looking to move up and find a potential play. But I'm interested to see, though, what the players from the side of the RAZE clan are going to be doing, as we have them moving up as well.
You have no idea how much I want RTG to prove me wrong and prove me that 2-2 split is like 10,000 IQ play. But as of right now, I have not seen the dominant success of that current 2-2 split in this late game finish. So hopefully we're going to see a little bit of a change happening very, very soon. Umbra trying to move away, MZR following in their footsteps, maybe trying to play into the river. There's going to be a lot of teams and players just going into the water, trying to remain undetected. Shadow and Peaks, despite being just 1 HP, you need to go for the first aid kit in that position, my friend. Unfortunately, we're not able to do so in due time. Now RTG, 2 players are going to have to push out, but they're still taking the fight. Turabil gets 1 knock onto Kingerman, and it's still 1 more player. RTG are doing so much good work right now.
Oh, yeah, they're doing good work, but the zone is just brutal. It has shifted over in favor of the players there from Grind, which are the only team currently positioned within the zone. RAZE clan, meanwhile, are going to be looking to apply the pressure on towards RTGs. We can see Hello now quickly just vaulting up. Ooh, trying to come in with a bit of a jump shot. Unfortunately, not getting any of those hits, though. It's insanity, Max. That is what it is. But big old blue zone is going to start moving on up right now. So the pressure is going to be on these teams to try and get up into that zone.
Unfortunate. Nice try, Hello. But as we mentioned it a few times, right, GK? That 2-2 split, it's too adventurous for a finish like that, where you know everyone is going to be rushing for positions in the late game. You have to try and regroup. It was hard to regroup, don't get me wrong. but it should have been at least the thought process that the team went for, and they're not doing so. Now they're down to 2. They're still in a relatively good position. They can get easy access to the part of the river, which is still in the circle, so they can chill in there, aim for placement points. I do not think a chicken dinner is going to be the main focus for them right now. The chicken dinner, who it could potentially go to, I'm looking at, it's going to be Grind Gaming, could also be SYR, it could be Exodus currently. All the teams that have already set foot on the island and do not have to cross the river have a huge advantage to gatekeep and eliminate and push away teams that are already on the mainland, like Exodus, getting pushed away by Grind. Grind already up to 11 eliminations already here, DK. They are aiming for their biggest game yet.
Yeah, and so far they are really grinding their way through this lobby, just looking to push those elims even higher. I mean, 11 is already a pretty insane number to look at, but looking at the rest of the players now, trying to just inch their way back up as we see Vex. They're quickly coming in behind the players there from Team Somalia, sending them backing down to 8 teams. 14 players now remain. Super Young Stars, but they're just going to be looking to play that southern edge. Oh, finds a beautiful angle onto Sully. Down he goes. But Vex now getting spotted out. Umbra wasted, coming through with some absolutely fantastic plays. But also now getting spotted out. Shadowwind trying to make a run for that. We do see the players there from RAZE clan getting sent on back. And now 7 teams remain. But look at this. It is duos all over the place.
Shadowwind, what was that push? You smoked before pushing. You don't smoke while you're pushing. Come on, mate. Oh my god, he is so lucky he survived that one, but the blue zone is about to get even more tricky for him. He's going to get pushed away. One more bullet. It's all they need next level. Take him away. Able to hit that shot, unfortunately enough. Next level, putting the eggs in multiple baskets unknown a little bit over to the western side in the circle itself. Gaddafi not there just yet, but if he gets rid of Umbra, that could happen. Luckily enough also for Umbra, they did get rezzed up. Now up at the human crew, able to pull off also the first aid. They can start actually aiming for a chicken dinner here potentially. But Gaddafi making his way over to the riverbank, maybe aiming to go into the water itself, but he's shown his back to Umbra as they slowly begin their push towards the circle.
Oh, this is going to be absolutely insane, though. Next level is trying everything they have at their disposal to try and pick up those additional Elam points. Of course, RTG still having 2 players up with that now. We do see Turabo getting put right on down as Unknown comes sneaking on through. But look at this grind. Still just playing the edge of the smokes, down to 1. Next level, still riding on 2, and it is going to be... Oh! Absolutely devastating on for the side of Umbra as Shadowwind gets taken down, wasted super low in that health bar. Not quite sure whether or not that race will be coming through, but look at this. Sully going to town now.
Oh, he sees it. No, Charlie's going exactly where your teammate just got flushed. You can't go there, mate. You got to keep running. Well, you know what? That's it. That's kill number 12. It was stolen away last second away from the hands of Grind. No, he can't show himself. That's the Groza player already out unknown. You don't want to lose him. The Groza in these type of situations is so valuable. But Mercury going for the submarine strat, and he got, whoa! Okay, Gaddafi with the Orm headshot at phase 7. Okay, I love it.
Well, what more could we ask for? It is down to our final 3 teams. It is going to be players from Grind, Next Level, and Umbra left to fight it out. We do see a few casualties, of course, a few lower health bars coming in. Unknown just getting rest on up. Wasted now trying to inch their way back into a bit of safety. But will they be able to pull it off, though? It is looking pretty tough. But here we go now. Look at the position coming through from Gaddafi. Gaddafi and Unknown, they look to be absolutely golden here. Gaddafi, again with the AWAM, just trying to pick up even more of those elims.
Right, I thought I was wasted for a second. I was like, oh my god, I got jump scared. Literally, I think this is the first time I genuinely got scared casting a game of PUBG Mobile. So that was an experience. There you go. They know someone's head. It's all pink moving the grass. Like, that's a sneaky Pokemon there, ready to leap forward. Some nice damage onto Gaddafi. Unknown's got to be careful where he positions. He's a little bit further away. Can't really assist Gaddafi in that position right now. And he gets up, runs back towards the rock to his teammate. Hopefully can heal off. I'm not sure if he has first aids or bandages. But I think that they are aware this is 2 solos they're dealing with right now, which is in one way a good thing, but also a really bad thing because you know that you're going to have 2 off angles that there's no way you can escape from.
Yeah, but like what I'm expecting to see here maybe is now if Wasted does decide to push, this could be the opening for Mercury now to come up the opposite end. But there we go. Gaddafi quickly dealing with the side there of Team Umbra. Now it is up to Mercury to potentially reach that boiling point before getting out of the water.
I thought he saw Mercury for a second there. It gets out of the water, but there's no escape from Next Level as they get game number 3 under their belt and get their first chicken dinner of the tournament.
Well, that was a really, really challenging zone to come on through. But I mean, what more could we ask for? We want to see these teams being put to the test. And I mean, next level took it to the next level. They stepped up. Gaddafi coming in with a few of those AWAM headshots in the late few phases. I mean, that takes a different kind of confidence to pull that off. And I mean, next level, they just took it to the next level.
Yeah. I'm looking at the stats right now. Gaddafi had 8 eliminations out of the total of, what was it, 11, I think, for the team. So Gaddafi is hard time carrying that game for sure. He was super aware of his surroundings too. I did not think he had the information that there was going to be that final player of Umbra, but apparently he had the information earlier, and he did not forget about the players fighting on that southern eastern side, which is great to see. Teams get sometimes a little bit tunnel visioned. That was not the case for Gaddafi and Unknown, which is always good to see. But you know what? At the end, we're going to see exactly how many points have been taken home by these teams as we're going to go over to the point rankings of this third game of the day. You're going to see that at the top place, as I said, 11 eliminations, plus the 15 placement points from the chicken dinner, 26 points for their first chicken dinner. Now, that is how you begin your first day here in the PMPL Africa Qualifier.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we want to see. We want to see even more teams step up, bringing in those chickens. But of course, an absolutely fantastic game coming through from the side of Grind Gaming. We did see them having a little bit of a tough time in the previous match, but what a way to bounce back and just step up, bringing in an absolutely fantastic performance. I mean, second place is so much better than finding that fifth place. Even more points on the board, more than double what they had in the previous run. But of course, also got to look at the players there from Team Umbra. They stepped up. They made it so difficult. And I mean, that last phase was just an absolute nightmare, but so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I do want to say, though, you got to, for Umbra once more, smoke before you push, not smoke while you're pushing, okay? It's just a little bit of a tip, you know. Coming from me, you know, just a little tip. You might want to be careful on how you do that. But yeah, Grind Gaming gave himself a good performance. And this is Umbra then. Get himself a chicken dinner and a top 3 back-to-back, technically, because they were not playing game number 2, right? So Umbra are definitely starting off in the best way possible. There we're going to go to the second page to see the teams that maybe didn't have as good a time on this third match of the day. And RAZE Clan, a little bit of a rough start. I had the impression, unfortunately enough, for a team that did so well in yesterday's games of the test matches to see how things were working out. Yeah, a little bit of a tough start. But you know what? That's fine. It's only one day of play. Not even 1 day. It's just 3 games of play. Blackjack, also a little bit of a rough start for them. But I want to see more of DROGONS. I don't know what you think. I want to see more of DROGONS in particular. This team, I think, has been setting huge expectations for them in the past. And I want to see these team get chicken dinner after chicken dinner if possible. But you know what? As I said, it's only 3 games. We'll see them come back eventually.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I'm right there, right? Like, I also want to see the DROGONS step up and, you know, just give us a little bit of that flair that we know they have, and we've seen them bring it in through the previous PMCOs. They definitely do possess that. So I'd love to see that come through right here in the PMPL qualifiers. And I mean, it's something that they can't hold off for too long, because the further we get into it, the less chance they'll have to make a strong comeback.
Yeah, it's going to be harder to get the points to be able to move drastically in the overall rankings, because, of course, the longer the tournament goes, and the more you get towards the end, the harder it's going to be to actually get enough points to close those gaps. So you want to make sure you don't fall too far behind. Even if you're towards the bottom at the end of today, you still have 2 more days of play. You can still make a significant impact to be in the top 10. It is top 10. If it was like top 5 that were qualifying, I might be like, if you're at the bottom of the page at the end of this first day, you're pretty much done. But it's top 10 teams that will make out of the 24, so you can still just, in a few good games, make in the top 10. That should be your main focal point coming into this. But with that said, once again, the focus here is for these top 10 teams to make it into the PMPL Africa for the spring season 2022, and we've got a lot more games to come. And the next one is going to be our very first Miramar, so you definitely don't want to miss it. We'll be back right after the break. And just like that, we're more than halfway done with the day. We've still got 2 more games coming up, and one of those going to be, of course, on the I was going to say the Sahara Desert because we're doing African PMPL qualifiers, but no, it's going to be Miramar this time around. Don't worry about it. We're going to get back to the OG map of Miramar this time around. And I mentioned at the start of the show, and I would love to know if you agree once again, DK. When we look back on the last PMCOs of the African region, I have the impression that this was a map where a lot of teams were able to shine through significantly. A lot of the teams that did shine through already made it directly into PMPL, but there are a few teams, a few remnants, individual players that coming into this map, I'm like, we could have one of the best Miramar games I've seen and casted in a while. So my hype and level of expectations is very, very high right now.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Miramar is definitely going to be a map on which we could see quite a few of these players popping off, and I'm actually curious to see whether or not Pyro is going to be one of the players. I know they're playing in team Grind Gaming. I'm not quite sure whether or not they're actually participating in this match. No, okay, so they're sitting it out. Otherwise, this would have been an absolutely interesting one to see the players from Team Grind actually playing on Miramar. I think we'll probably get that in day 2 or day 3, or rather day 3 and day 4, one of the next 2 days. We could particularly see those teams stepping up, and I do think that is on the board for tomorrow. But for the rest of the day here, Group A and Group B are going to be having that opportunity once again to come back. Now, as we've seen, we've got some pretty hard-hitting teams coming through from that, so I do expect the DROGONS to step up and give us that performance that we've been waiting for. I mean, Miramar could very well be the map on which they do exactly that. But also, I'm going to be expecting the players there from Rila Insider to step up. And I would not be too surprised if Team Umbra was also going to be doing a little bit of that, impressive performance.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so far, the only 2 games they've played, right, has been a chicken dinner and a 3rd place. And pretty damn good games when it comes to also the eliminations they've been able to rack up. So it's been pretty nice. But with that said, our game is now ready to go. So we're going to go right into the good old desert map of Miramar to see how things are actually going to work out this time around. Because this time, once again, Group C is not going to be playing this one. So that means no Exodus, no Grind Gaming, no Next Level, MZR, Esports Africa, RAZE Clan RTG, Super Young Stars, and also Zero Tolerance Skill. So teams that are known to be pretty aggressive, especially Exodus, Grind Gaming, and Next Level. So this is going to relieve a little bit of the pressure going into this one. This is going to be a little bit more relaxed, especially because Exodus and Grind aren't here, because otherwise they would probably pop the hell off.
Yeah. And they can relax with Max, so
right.
Here we are. Yes,
wow.
It does.
Shakespeare.
Yeah, because it's not Tuesday. Wait,
what?
Oh, so it's Friday. Yeah, no, sorry, I forgot which day it was. I know, I know it's the first day that we see these teams, of course, now on the broadcast going at each other's throats. But of course, it is going to be a very interesting flight path, though. We do have a few teams heading off in some relatively interesting positions. Of course, we do see Tiara Bronca all the way up north, and it's definitely not a position we see teams really moving into all too often. But Impala, pretty standard kind of drop coming through there, as well as Los Leones. But the zone, though, wow, that is something else.
Los Leones finish. Do it. I dare you. I dare you, James Banks. I dare you to do it. Okay. We'll see if that's going to happen. But with this type of circle, teams are already setting themselves expectations. If I'm looking at this circle, the position I would go for, you got 2 spots I'm looking here, and they are really, really valuable in terms of scouting and getting information early. North of Los Leones, a little bit up northeast, actually, just a little bit over there, and the complete east of Los Leones, which looks towards where you got teams such as DROGONS, and you would be looking in their global vicinity. So those are 2 positions that if I'm playing this game, I would loot up and instantly go for those positions to scout, take shots from a distance, and get the information, because there's a big chance that phase 2, phase 3, if you're lucky, phase 4 is going to be right on top of you. So there would be no reason to move. So I would like to see some teams actually go for the commit to positions that are going to be super valuable for the long term.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. And I mean, only time will tell where these teams do decide to venture up into. But for the time being, if we look up into Impala, this is where things could get off to a little bit of a nice little bit of an aggressive start. We've got the players here from Seems Outplayed, as well as Recalcitrant making their way on through. Stark quickly just vaulting out the window. But I'm curious to see if Banana is going to bring in another crazy play, because, I mean, Banana was stepping it up quite some bit for this idea of Recalcitrant.
I do not know how you expect me to pick up after you when you speak like that, man. But I gotta try. It's like Moist, but the funny version. I don't know. It's, you found it. Found my
Yeah.
my weak spot. GG. But yeah, we'll see how things are going to work out potentially here inside of Impala. It's going to be a little bit of a back and forth currently happening. See if some teams have a better chance to get himself in position. Otherwise, except for the fight in Impala, there's not really... It's not even there's not really. There are literally no hot drops. There's 2 teams inside of Los Leones, but it's Los Leones. It's not really a hot drop. I'm not going to call it a hot drop because it isn't one at all. It only seems Outplayed taking that fight. That could potentially go south if they're not careful enough. But otherwise, also, it's a pretty big compound, so if teams want to avoid it, there's definitely ample opportunities to avoid the fight entirely. So I'm looking at teams Outplayed. I'm looking at how they perform in the early game. If I'm them, I would just rotate north, wrap around, or just go straight down south or behind the eastern side of the rock. That is an easy rotate and way out of this engage because there's just no reason to take an early fight, especially on Miramar more than any other map.
Yeah, and I mean, they do have the favorable position, so that eastern rotation could be quite viable for them, but it all comes down to whether or not they actually are looking to do that. We do see Impulse venturing a little bit further on towards that eastern side, maybe to just get a bit of a lay of the land to look and see whether or not that could be a potential option, a potential play for them to make. But you're talking about things going south, and another thing that could, of course, be going south as well, could potentially be, well, not only the players here from 21st Century, seeing that they are so far north, but the next phase could also still continue further down on towards that southern side. So we do see the teams still very much concentrated up towards the north. And here we find, ooh, the Masters going up against Rila Insider. So Angelo and Zeke, now I blanked out. The IGL, there we go. The IGL for the side of Rila Insiders now just picking up a quick, easy double elimination.
Damn, as powerful as Zeke from Attack on Titan. Don't know if you have you caught up on Attack on Titan or not?
No. No, pardon.
Okay. I'm probably not going to talk about I was going to do some anecdotes about Attack on Titan, but yeah. I believe maybe a lot of people in the chat right now on YouTube have not watched the last season, so I'm not going to spoil it. You guys, this is a spoiler-free stream. Do not worry, okay? Everyone dies at the end. What? No, I didn't. Okay, I'm joking, okay? Last episode isn't out yet. It's a joke. I'm memeing around. Don't worry about it. I definitely recommend it. It's a pretty good season right now that's happening. So far, though, some teams have already started to initiate their rotation. One of those being Magic, Team Unique. Also, slowly but surely, with Phantom on the front line, going to try and eke forward, get closer to the center, get the info, and take a good compound under control if they have the chance of doing so. But otherwise, yeah, seeing how good these teams have dropped and how also we have been seeing that the fight in Impala has not been going down. Recalcitrant has just completely left the fight. Nothing's going to happen until, I would say, phase 2, phase 3. Like, we have 5 to 10 minutes of just talking about whatever we want. And the viewers have no chance to escape it. They just have to deal with it.
Yeah, because there could be action hidden in there, you know, at any point. Even we don't know when that's going to be happening, but I mean, we could also potentially maybe see something evolving or kind of developing between Blackjack and AKM positioned up in towards Los Leones. So we can see AKM, they've now moved into the 5 stack, and BJE still relatively spread out, but it's going to take some time and a lot of intention from both of these teams to potentially get a fight started between both of them.
I'm looking at this map actually, and I just realized that Umbra are going for a super wide 2-2. I wouldn't even call it a 2-2 split. It's more of a 2-1-1 split. There's 2 players over to the western side of Los Leones. That's Morteza and Shadowin. Wasted and PLZ are still outside the blue towards Monte Nuevo / power grid position. I'm not sure I understand the relevancy of such a position this early on, especially this early on. I don't know if you have a 10,000 IQ idea and understanding as to why they're doing that, but I'm just looking at that like they're not winning anything from this. Their looting stage is already finished. Like with almost 8 minutes in, I do not see what they gain from such a wide rotation and position this early on.
I'm right there with you. I also have not the foggiest of a clue as to what they are looking to pull. Maybe this is a strat that we have not seen yet, or you know, maybe this could be like that thing that kind of breaks the meta that we've been that I mentioned a little bit earlier in the start of today's broadcast. But only time will tell what it is that they're going to be looking to accomplish here. Meanwhile, we will see quite a few teams now continue to move a little bit further up, but it feels like this blue zone, this first one, is taking its sweet time to close on up. I mean, it feels like we've been watching for about 10 minutes. Well, it's 8.5 minutes in, but I mean, this is one of the longest phases that we've had, and the teams, you can see by looking at the kind of way that they've been going through that they are really starting to anticipate where this phase could be going, and we don't really see a lot of teams moving down towards that southern position.
Yeah, one of those is going to be going though is TS, Team Somalia, is going to be going in that position, which I do appreciate it. The high ground positions are super, super valuable. I like where Team Unique are. That's the high ground position I mentioned towards Los Leones. I believe they're on the low ground position, but if they keep climbing uphill, I think they'll get there in due time. And onto the more eastern side, I'm going to zoom in on my side. You got Blackjack, which is exactly where I wanted them to go. DROGONS, I think, tried to get closer, but got spotted out by Blackjack, so they took a few shots in their overall vicinity. And yeah, I did zoom in a little bit. Unique are not exactly what I mentioned. Shields is pretty close. But otherwise, I think that some teams are rotating late up north, such as Aphelion Apex or even Insider could very, very easily get those positions under control. So there's ample opportunities for these teams to still get in a really strong position for this phase 2. But as you start going towards phase 3, phase 4, and having some what could be some circles that start to get these big and strong positions outside of the circle itself, that's where things are going to get interesting. But for now, there's a lot of opportunities, as I already said. Things are still good in the hood for most of these teams.
Yeah, one of the teams that still, though, need to get into the hood is going to be the players there from Masters Gaming. We see them, or Masters Esports rather, they are still riding that blue storm, trying to get potentially into, not quite sure where, as they also now are only down to 2. And meanwhile, the players here from Your Killer is, they're going to be pushing up as well, just venturing over on towards this northeastern side. But they got to be careful because right up ahead, we've got the DROGONS and Aphelion Apex, so they might run into a spot of bother up ahead.
Spot of bother. Such a way with words, DK. That's a pretty big spot of bother to be dealing right now, but Dragon's going to just autobots rule out, looking for another position instead of getting close to Aphelion, which is definitely understandable. Don't have too much of an issue with that one, but phase 3 has now started to close up, so teams that were delaying their rotations are now going to have to join the mix. Magic were in a really good position, went back up north to go back south. Not too sure what the idea was for Magic, and they haven't gained anything from such a wide rotation. No eliminations, nothing really of value, no information whatsoever. We'll see if they can try and find himself a good position up northwest. That's where very little amount of teams currently stand, so there's a chance. Your Killer is also a little bit of a split that they're playing with right now. I believe that's a 2-2 split, if I'm not mistaken. So just be careful. Just be wary about the fact that a team pushes you, you're in struggle. So puff up your chest. Oh wow, that was hard to say. I don't know why. To make sure that teams are not willing to go for the push and think you as a 4-man team.
Yeah, at least you didn't put pass at the end. Otherwise, that would have been quite quite the
English is complicated. Okay. Hey,
I know. I run out of English every now and then, but of course, who's also running out of something is going to be the players there from Teams Outplayed, as Impulse now gets picked up at the side of Lag. But look at that low, just putting another knock on through, and this is definitely a very difficult position, as we can see Snipe. Now, the last hopeful here, but Lag, they're not going to be backing off of this position just yet, as we do see those utilities at long last coming through, and with that, Teams Outplayed gets sent away.
And man, the African utility, we didn't see at the start, but we're getting there. Slowly but surely, we are getting there. So I'm enjoying this more and more as time goes on, though. The circle's about to close off. We're about to see our phase 3 shift. Give me the Los Leones dreaded finish, please. There is a chance. I mean, we saw that last circle on last Erangel, right? There's a chance it just drastically over to Los Leones itself and inside the city. We'll see, but AKM set himself up for success. Great position. I would even say the best position currently in this circle. Why? If you have to go for the city, you're already there. If you have to move away, you're on the outskirts. And it is literally a position that when you're trying to set yourself up for the next shift, this position cannot be beat unless you breach it, of course. But in terms of positional advantage, this is the best position you could have.
Yeah, and I'm feeling quite sorry for the teams coming in on that eastern side. It is so heavily congested. There's so many of them still remaining on that side. I mean, we're still sitting on 14 teams, 54 players, and we are already 3 phases deep. And it is only going to be pretty tough play from this point moving on forward. But we can see the players from Aphelion Apex starting to come in with that rotation. We got the teams there also then from Rila Insider, as well as the DROGONS, Lag, everyone trying to set themselves up in this next phase.
The setup is going to be important, of course. DROGONS, though, a little bit scared. They are pushing towards Rila Insider. Oh, Zeke is just waiting. He's going to Titan, maybe. We'll see, but should be pretty easy to crush DROGONS if he does so. Maybe a bit OP. Would be a cool collab, though. Wouldn't say against it. We've got Jujutsu Kaisen, next attack on Titan. Give me it. But Nurox, 17, UMP in hand. I think he's aware. He's like, it's too silent. Something spooky, lingering in the shadows. Doesn't know what it is, but oh, okay, now they know what it is. They took that nade. They definitely know someone's around the corner. And Zeke might think of going a little bit further away outside of that nade range, while some shots are being taken actually from the off angle by Coco. Look at this guy, getting some really big damage dealt the way of DROGONS, slowing down their approach, while Trip and Shroud, also from a distance, not close to Zeke, but have some high ground advantage points to get the information and take shots if the push is happening on top of Zeke. So it's a good setup. DROGONS should know better than to push this.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you on that. Of course, Nurox, you got those feathers just tingling around, feeling that there's something happening. But I mean, Rila Insider, they're playing this position so beautifully. We do see Shroud and Zeke now starting to just converge on that point. Of course, both teams still trying to get themselves up into this next phase. But particularly this northern position could be quite a golden play coming in for either the DROGONS all the players there from Rila Insider, but it does seem like the DROGONS are going to be looking to venture a little bit further up in towards the zone now, moving up alongside the players here of Unique. And, well, Unique, they definitely have the high ground advantage, so the DROGONS need to play this one very carefully if it's a position that they're looking to potentially move up into.
That would be a good approach for them. Here we go. Give me the shift. Ah, not quite the Los Leones finish we wanted, but you know what? It's still a 50-50 split. There's still a chance it goes hard to the east. But seeing this one, I think that we're going to be more on the western outskirts of Los Leones with a few little warehouses positions, which are super strong. But you got to move in there now because you know that those are going to get breached in a matter of seconds. And on the defensive side, this is a lot easier to defend than to attack. So Umbra, I'm looking at Team Somalia, could also get himself a few warehouses or at least one warehouse under control. So there's a lot of opportunities lingering in the future for these guys, but they just need to take the risk. Stills, woo! That was cool. I would do that.
Yeah.
I miss skiing, okay? Every time I see a slope, I'm like, I want to do it. I don't know. Have you ever done like skiing on sand? Have you ever done that?
No, I've done water skiing, but not on the sand.
That's
no.
not even remotely close. But hey, cool for you. Have you played tennis? No, but I have played rugby.
Yes,
I have played rugby.
No, I have played tennis. I've played squash as well. But you know, AKM, they're going to be looking to squash the players coming in from your Killer Is now.
Your transitions are flawless. You should work on Linus tech tips, I swear. This guy. Yeah, AKM taking a few nice shots. That duty split. Not too far. Pretty easy to get back together if you do get breached, or at least have some assistance from the other side if need be. So I'm not too against that. Banana with a headshot. I don't know why I screamed that one out. It was guttural. It was there. It just had to come out. But yeah, that was a really nice little headshot that comes out from Banana. So good to see though. Team Somalia going for the 3-1 split. They need to regroup onto side of El Chapo. Please do not leave him alone.
Well, only time will tell whether or not they're going to be moving to El Chapo or whether or not El Chapo is going to be looking to regroup up with them. Twix now, just going to be just scanning of those windows, looking to see if they can find any potential angles up towards that outskirt lying position of Los Leones. But I mean, over on towards that far eastern side, we do see those elims now coming through as the DROGONS and Team Unique are fighting it out. But definitely some interesting sprays coming in from a lot of these teams. And I'm actually going to say I like this current phase, right? It does present a certain level of difficulty position-wise for these teams, and they have to be super careful as to where they move into.
Yeah, just slow approach that's the way in these type of city finishes. If you want to go for these wide rotates, you're going to lack information. You're going to go in unknown territory, and that is what's going to cause your downfall. Though, Neurok 17 smokes it up, trying to maybe move in, but without really the backup of his team. The rest of his team is just further away to the west, inside the circle, already maybe taking a fight towards another squad. So Neurox, I'm not sure how he's going to approach this one, but Team Unique, knowing these guys, they're going to get into the circle, but then they are going to gatekeep and hold on to that one to hope to get that extra elimination. Behind the Golden Morado, Chills waits with the trusty M249 in hand, 150 bullets, ready to go anytime.
But what's also quite interesting is we do see the players there from Magic positioned all the way over on towards that far western side. Even Fantasy from Lag just quickly grabbing a little bit of an upgrade there on the loot. So once this phase now shifts up, we can see it heading a little bit further on towards the northern side. So this opens up a great opportunity now for Magic to come in alongside the players there from Umbra. But they've got to be very, very careful on that approach. But yeah, this is once again a 50-50 split. I mean, half the zone on the north side of the road, the other half on the southern edge. And there's so many teams positioned over on towards that southeastern edge now.
When I'm looking at Umbra, they got two options available right now, which is one, you move where Shadow One is and you just play the long game and you take shots from a distance if a team tries to breach you, or you move where Morteza, Wasted, and PRZ stand and you defend versus Magic if they try and push in, which or they're going to try and push in, or they're going to go for the wide rotate. A lot of options for you for Umbra. We'll see how that's going to work out. Though, Aphelion Apex, that's a push that's currently happening. VGS knocking on their door, ready to tear down the entire building if possible. Jassa is instantly going to be the first casualty. Andrew in the backside with Petrox having a little bit of a back and forth run up down the stairs. VGS, they are struggling to hold on to it, though. Seiko is going to be the next one to get picked up. Petrox, you don't want to let that first aid come in. You don't want to let that heal come in. The res would be an absolute bother to deal with. Aphelion Apex is one of these teams you definitely want to eliminate. Andrew Thompson in hand, 36 bullets. The molly stopping him to really move out, and the nade is getting cooked up, and I think he knows exactly where he is. The nade is big, the nade is nice, gets a little bit of tick damage, but not too much. And now's the chase down is happening, but he's just going to change building, change side, go at least try to get through the window. Happens to me too when I ate too many Doritos. Don't worry, man, I get it. He's definitely going to try and escape it. And there you go. He is out of that one, with Jassa still there, trying to hold on to the front line. But Jassa, he's just been abandoned. There's no way he survives this fight versus Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good play coming through from Virtual Gaming, though. They utilized the opportunity, got all the players back up once again, and with that, they are able now to kind of get a bit of a reset before venturing further into the chaos that is going to be this next phase. We can see the players here from Blackjack now also coming under quite some heavy fire. We do see Rila Insider also looking to vie for a potential position, but of course, players there from Team Somalia positioned on that southern edge of the zone. They're going to be looking to just capitalize on their play here, but on top of that cliff, it is going to be absolute chaos. As we can see the teams now just going to town. Of course, here we go. Team Somalia looking to just capitalize on this little bit of a warehouse. We do see Lag off in the distance, but also now the players there from Masters are going to be pushing up right behind them. Oh, up comes the rush. Low survived this one, not quite sure he will. Zero, meanwhile, will be repositioning, but look at Umbra. They're capitalizing on their position over on towards that western side, but the Zoro now taking yet another shift, and Magic losing yet another player.
100% confirmed we're going to be playing the western side of Los Angeles. A few buildings to play for, but most of the warehouses are now out of bounds. So we're looking at TMS, you're looking at also the side of Team Somalia. They are going to have to push out. Same for also the side of Recalcitrant. I was thinking of the accent for a second to make sure I got it right and nailed it. But they are going to have to be super speedy on that move, because otherwise teams are just going to get into the positions before them, and that leapfrog is going to be rendered almost impossible. Northern side, the fight's still going down though, a little bit of a 2-2 split, taking the fight versus DROGONS, but in the meantime, AKM all on the top of that building, which I could have appreciated if they were still in circle, which is the case now, but you know almost 100% right, DK, that the next shift is not going to go their way, not even close. They never start thinking of going down and moving across the road, because that is going to be the hardest rotation for them to execute this game. Now they're going for it. DROGONS going for the full-on engage. Explode the car. Your killer is indeed are going to get killed the hell out of the lobby. one remains. Norok switches weapon, and he clears almost everything in that engage. What a play, what a game from Norok 17. But unfortunately spot away by the remnant of Your Killer Is. And now, he get it. He got rid of DROGONS. Back into the car, ready to cross, but unfortunately another team is on the receiving end. He has to jump the hell out, because otherwise it might just be the end for Your Killer Is. And he does indeed get eliminated. Your Killer Is out in 7th place.
Oh no! Sid fell off. What? That is just absolutely devastating. I mean, that is a rip right there. But of course, with that, we are down to our final 6 teams. The players coming in from the side of AKM having full control of this 5-stack, but the team coming in from the other side, though, the players there from Team Somalia are facing a few problems of their very own. We have Masters Esports now contending for a position on the southern edge. They are going to be looking to apply enough pressure to maybe get the jump on Team Somalia. But fortunately, El Chapo has regrouped with the rest of the team, so they have a pretty good fighting chance here. But a good spread coming through once again. As we look onto that mini-map, we do see a nice concentration of teams now just spread out through the entirety of the edge. But Blue Zone is making his way on through, and the 7th phase is going to be absolutely crazy to play.
Come on, I want to see Team Somalia get a good game. Had a perfect play early on. I was a little bit scared if they were going to stay split for too long, but they regrouped in just the perfect time. Now Masters, they're going to be the next one on their list. Already 3 eliminations. We'll see if they can try and get himself an extra few. But this circle is all about where it's going to shift, about which position is going to be given the advantage. And it shifts north on the road. That is horrendous. The Black... Oh, wait, what? Black from the top? I forgot about their position for a second there. Just rains absolute hell from the heavens from the top side of Los Lunes. And they get themselves some nice little knocks, but also take the receiving side for a few seconds. So you've got to be careful they're going to move it, but the Blue Zone is moving in now. 30 seconds. 30 seconds for Masters Esports to make a move, and the move, they make it happen now. Ilias on the forefront, getting some damage. Hurt from that nade, but now he's inside the building. He's in safer territory, but now you've got to win that fight. Good little bloom shot. He does get 1 knock. That's going to make it easier, but you need to go for the push with Bamboo. Bamboo needs to join you. He's pushing from the other side, trying to clamp down onto Team Somalia. This is the execution you want to see, but they're not going at the same time. You're going solo, Bamboo. You've got to wait it out, my friend. Sabir GG now, a slid of HP. 1 bullet's all they need. It's a 1v2 happening currently. Masters might be able to just steal all of this fight away.
Well, it is looking pretty tough, but up comes Ilias now trying to close this one up. Oh, missing the opportunity to make the play, but he is getting chased. Team Somalia not going to be backing off just yet. They wanting to close this one out. They want this southern position. Ilias now, oh, having the heads come through. Up comes the rush, and down they go. Team Somalia reigning supreme in that engagement. With that now, it is down to our final 5 teams, but it has been absolute bloodshed just being brought in on this map. Team Somalia now having to cover quite a bit of ground. BJE positioned up ahead. Umbra, AKM, and Unique already having their positions pretty much set in this phase.
Pretty set indeed, but AKM, here you go. This is the fight I'm looking towards. Umbra already sent himself 1 player on the other side of the road. Morteza is serving as insurance for the rest of his team. Morteza, this could be the 10,000 IQ play, but it could also be super risky. Blackjack are just trying to crawl their way down that hilltop, but it is so hard to execute. Got the smoke break coming out. AKM want to get involved. Blackjack, sorry, should I say. Instantly picked off out in 5th place. 4 teams now still remain. As Umbra now also going to play around their own smoke road. The Blue Zone is pushing them closer and closer to the road, closer and closer to one another. We're just about to reach that breaking point where the fight is going to break out. For that nade, it could be huge, maybe a little bit too short, but the idea was there. Shadow needs to also reload that barrel. 11 bullets, gets himself back to 40. There you go, that's what you need. But Morteza's picked away. The insurance spot has been lost now, DK. Umbra gonna have to fight tooth and nail to make that cross happen.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty devastating for them to try and close that out. But I'm liking the approach coming through as Umbra now is ready to rush on in the Blue Zone. Could be catching up pretty soon. Only about 20 seconds or so remain on the clock. Up comes Wasted, looking to see if he can find those angles. Up comes AKM, now looking to defend, but they're right on the edge. Only 10 seconds away from that Blue Zone closure. The final 2 remaining hopefuls for the team. Up comes the rush, Wasted. Ooh, down he goes, and now Umbra down to only Shadowin and Morteza.
Why did Wasted want to push that? You just had to cross with your team. They would have been pushed by the blue zone. You would have been fine. They lose one player for literally no reason. But really, when you look at this one, this is another top 5 finish every single game from Umbra in today's games. They have been the major step up of the day. You've got to be careful. We still got 2 players behind them, 2 solos. AKM, the smoke, they still hold on to it. Happy to see some more smokes getting used towards the end of the game. Skirp is going to be spotted away. It's not actually 2 solos. There's 1 duo still alive down below for Team Somalia. This is it. Top 3 once more for the side of Umbra. 11 eliminations. The teams are now pushing their way.
Ooh, but here we go. I'm liking this approach coming in from Team Somalia, just holding on to that low ground, just riding the storm, waiting to see if they can move in and pick up a few of those opportune plays. Of course, the players there from AKM finding themselves in quite a difficult position because the only way forward is across the road. There's no other way to play it. And Umbra, they've set this one up so beautifully. I would not be surprised if AKM got several hits coming their way, but they could still maybe look to overpower them. Of course, especially if the players here from Team Somalia decide to make a bit of a rush. We use the Morteza and Shadowin coming in, and with that, Team Somalia gets sent away. Up comes AKM looking to capitalize on the chaos, just erupting in front of them. Morteza now the last one for Team Umbra, but what?
They make it happen. They make it happen. I'm sorry, that was guttural. I don't usually scream at the end of a game, but they just lined up perfectly. It was so satisfying, and boom, he gets it done. Morteza, absolutely insane plays. Apparently going for the insurance play of crossing the road early, paid dividends for the side of Team Umbra. Not only is this going to be another top 3 coming their way, every single game's been a top 3 minimum. This is their 2nd chicken dinner out of 3 games played.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, and we said it, this is a very short tournament, right? It's only 3 days worth of play. They're getting themselves in a position where even if they have average or even bad days in day 2 and 3, they're going to qualify in top 10 easy because they are creating such a huge cushion for themselves this early on.
Yeah, and that's going to be absolutely essential, particularly coming into a day like today. As we said before, this is where the foundation needs to be laid. And I mean, Umbra, they're not only laying the foundation, they're possibly setting up that 1st or 2nd floor as well while they added. And of course, we did see Morteza coming in with double-digit elims. So some pretty impressive plays coming through from the side there of Team Umbra. But we got to give it to the players there from AKM. They held their own all the way through, making it quite difficult, and it wasn't locked in just yet for Team Umbra until that final push came through.
Yeah, final push was definitely a really good attempt from the side of AKM and Umbra, and it did go the way of Umbra. But you know what? We're going to see exactly how many points were truly secured for these teams in the match rankings, see how things actually went down in the point system. And man, you get yourself 12 eliminations, but the best thing for Umbra here is that 10 of those come from Morteza alone. So he has definitely been carrying the team on his back. This game, at least, you know what? They've still been doing great for the other games, so can't complain too much about that one. But looking down below, as you said, AKM gave themselves some good games. But Blackjack Esports, they really made full use of that high gun advantage they had above all the teams down below in the warehouses. Good to see Blackjack capitalize because they knew they were not going to win, knowing they had to go downhill. They're like, we're not going to win it. We're going to gun for as many elimination points as possible. And if we eliminate teams, we're also going to get placement points off the back of that. So I think that was the right strat at the right moment for Blackjack Esports to capitalize on as many points they could hopefully get before going down themselves.
Yeah, you got to go big or you got to go home. That's the way it goes. But I also got to say, like, the players there from Team Unique, they've also been playing a really consistent. I mean, we've seen them come in play after play, match after match, also finishing at, I think, at least in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken. So also a big shout out going there to the players from Team Unique. But as we now move into the 2nd page, this is where things look a little bit different, right? We got Team Lag sitting at the top there with their 5 points, but then there's a quite the drastic drop-off as we move a slight bit further down.
I feel bad for Aphelion Apex because they had that good game 1, you know, where they did secure himself a 2nd place, losing it, unfortunately, the very last second to the hands of Umbra. But after that first game, there's been a drop-off. I think this is 2 games in a row where they've played actually back-to-back. They are struggling, and not just a bit. They're struggling massively. So Aphelion Apex, I want to see a little bit of a resurgence, hopefully, in the next game. If they are playing it, I forgot which group they are, but if they are playing it, I would like to see a little bit of a comeback, or if not, at least a little bit of a comeback in day 2 here of the qualifier. It would be good, but nobody can stop the Umbra hype train, it seems. These guys are on top of their game. They have a lot of experience when it comes to PMPL. They played, or some of the players also, PRZ did play in the PEC last year also, so they have some experience of playing versus some of the best teams in the world, which coming into this region, which is still a little bit inexperienced, I believe I would say, for the competitive scene. It does help, but they're making full use of that advantage, and I cannot blame them for that whatsoever. So really, really good stuff from Umbra. And I want to see, are we going to have some other teams finally step up into our 5th and final game of the day that's going to be on Erangel? I definitely hope so, and we'll have the answer to that question right after the break. And it all comes down to this to close off day one here of the PMPL Africa Qualifier 2022 Spring. And before we get into the last game, these first 4 games have been absolutely insane. I had some expectations coming into it, and they have definitely been taken seriously. And Umbra especially has been taking this seriously because they have stepped up big time going into these games today.
Yeah, we've seen some absolutely phenomenal gameplay coming on through. And I mean, yeah, the final match, it is going to be quite exciting to see what Group B and Group C are going to be bringing to the battlefield. As you know, the bar has been set so high in the first 4 matches. And this makes me so excited to see not only what this final match will bring, but what the rest of the qualifiers will have in store for us. Because, I mean, they're creating some pretty big shoes to fill here.
And I'm gonna have to use some French again, but this is just an avant-bouche of what the actual PMPL itself has to offer. Right, this is just the teams trying to qualify for that event. The PMPL Africa is going to be a nutsy experience, so you definitely do not want to miss it. So just little recommendations, like don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell to be notified when that does go live. That's a pro tip. You know, maybe people maybe not too aware of how that works, but apparently I hear that if you want to get notified for the next PMPL for the African region, it is a pretty damn good thing to do. But DK, we haven't done predictions at all today.
Yeah.
I tried to avoid them as much as possible, okay? But we got a little bit of time before we do actually jump into the game. Do you want to do a bold prediction as to which team takes the chicken dinner? I'll do one myself after.
B and C. I'll go with the Rila Insider.
Oh, I think okay, that's a cool one. So B and C, I'll see. I'll take a little bit more time. The reason why I'm going to take a little bit more time is because I'm going to do this sick transition into the game. I don't know. Yeah, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. But hey, you know what? It's still going to be the game coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. Our 5th and final game of the day. It's on Erangel. The grassy pastures are back on board. And we'll see how this is going to go. And finally, we are not having a harsh eastern plane path. This is going to be a little, maybe, seems pretty northern. We'll see where it's going to end up. I think it's going to go towards mill to power position from where I see it. But this should be at least a little bit more forgiving than what we've seen in the past. But when it comes to my prediction, it's Group B, Group C. I would like to see myself a chicken dinner from Next Level because I think that they've shown some really good moments in their last 2 games. I think that would be nice to see it rewarded with the chicken dinner. So Next Level would be my prediction for this game. I think we've got 2 decent predictions here. So we'll see if one of us gets the W at the end of this one.
Yeah, I mean, Erangel is definitely going to be where it's at as the teams are getting ready to move in. I mean, we did see, of course, the players there from Rila Insider coming in with a 4th place and on their first visit over on towards Erangel. And then if we look onto the other one, I mean, yeah, you said Next Level brought in that chicken, but they can't be blessed with too many chickens. It's day 1. We know that Umbra are kind of breaking the mold with regards to that, but you know, we gotta open it up. We gotta have more teams step up, bring in those chickens. Who will it be? Hopefully our predictions kind of pan off. And what I see is both our predictions on the opposite end of the map exactly lined up.
That's good. That's good. Like that, we won't have to hot drop one another. At least that is not going to be an issue. This circle wants to get very, very nice with this type of playing path, so I have literally no complaints. But I am seeing 2 players getting close to Cube. Skoko and another player, Skydo. Skydo. So just be a little bit careful with that one. They are going to be moving away from one another. So luckily enough, that fight should not go any further than that. RTG, they like to go for these white splits. That's cool in my opinion. It is only phase 1. They just dropped out. You want to get your loot. That is completely okay. But I do believe that things could get a little bit interesting towards the eastern side of Everest / Ruins itself because players are a little bit intertwined, all mixed up. So you never know. One unlucky rotation, and if you have not the time to loot, we could lose a few players here and there really early on in the game.
Yeah, but a really interesting wide split we see coming in from 2 teams in particular here. RTG and a Zero Tolerance Skill. We got Hates all the way up in the north, Skydo down below next to Coco. And Coco, of course, now venturing a little bit further on towards that Everest side. So definitely things are looking to heat up relatively early in this game as we've got your Killer Is. We've got the players there from SYR as well as Rila Insider finding themselves in an interesting position. But look at these rotations, though. We got Exodus heading down south. The shots now coming through as well, and that is what we want to see. We want to see the teams get right down to business, not even waiting for too much to happen. And it is going to be at the cost of one of the, I believe, the Your Killer Is players.
Yeah, it might be happening here. I'm just taking it slow. Man, I can't think I got 5 more games to cast after this. I'm eating PUBG for breakfast every morning, apparently. Not gonna lie, I had a brain fart moment there. I was like, man, I've got 5 more after this. This is cool. I like
Yeah.
it. I'm gonna be tired as hell, but I'm gonna finish before, yeah, but you know, that's fine. There you go. I just wanted to express my very sad life. I'm just kidding, actually.
C'est la vie.
C'est la vie, c'est comme ça. Oui.
But of course, now we do see. Ooh, actually, the players from next level, they're heading down south. Max, they're going to be pushing on towards Exodus, holding on to that Millie base. So things could get quite interesting down on those far southern reaches, as the rest of the lobby, you know, everyone's just kind of enjoying the space. But here we have Unknown venturing right up to Joker.
Why does my team I predict have to go for these weird plays? I'm literally surrounded by players right now. I don't know how he did not die there, but I'll take it. Exodus not going to be taking any shots just now. Maybe Emnes? No, he's not going to go for it. He moves out. He's safe and sound. All good to see for the time being. Though some teams are trying to center up, RTG regrouping a little bit quicker this time, so I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. Going for a little bit of a split, but still relatively center and close to one another. So if you do get a team that gets close, you can regroup. Not too much of an issue on that side, at least. Other than that, yeah, it seemed like now, especially after these first few games where you did have a few hot drops happening maybe here and there, we had so many Erangels happening that now you literally have almost no hot drops happening every single game, which I can appreciate. It seems like the meta is a lot more on very, very passive early game, a lot of macro, but things get very heated the closer you get towards that late game.
Yeah, that is definitely a trend that we see kind of coming through here. But I'm curious to see, though, like, if anyone's going to be looking to change that up as we progress through, right? Because if things get a little bit too stagnant, you know, the teams get kind of stuck in a bit of a rut. And once the teams then qualify, we have our top teams. If they meet up on towards the PMPL Africa itself, they could be in for a little bit of a surprise, because we don't really know what the teams waiting for them are going to be bringing to the tables. But we know the Cryptics are in there, so and of course a few teams that we've seen in the previous PMCOs really playing some fantastic PUBG. So yeah, you know, things could be up in the air for the time being, but I'm really hoping to see teams looking to balance it out a little bit more, not focusing so much on mainly those late game engagements, but
yeah, bringing
in a little bit of those early game fights as well.
I'm going to keep repeating myself, but I literally cannot wait for the African PMPL to start, because Cryptics, Lusai Esport, Yonku, Slime 4KT, G3 Temper, Intruder Africa, Team Myth, 1 Million Esport, Triple Esports, and Darkness are your 10 teams that already made it to that stage through a multitude of events that have been happening in the past, like, such as the African PMCO. I believe even the MENA event, I'm not sure. You know more than me on that one, DK, but they come from multiple horizons. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting clash of metas in that tournament, so you need to step up big time. You need to be part of the best right now in this qualifier to make it and to fight versus the best teams in the region. So we'll see, as things are once again taking a very slow turn, a very slow start, but that is pretty much expected. But the Blue Zone is now closing up, 50% closed up around these teams. So things are slowly but surely going to speed up to the point where we get to phase 2 and where teams are going to have to make some rather radical decisions.
Yeah, and those decisions are going to be the interesting ones, as we do have a lot of teams actually venturing on towards that far western side, rotating completely and entirely away from the zone. But we do see the rest of the phase is starting to condense now, as RTG still holding on to their split. The players here from Zero Tolerance, of course, one of those teams positioned all the way out on towards North George. And fortunately for them, they're completely uncontested in this region, so they have a relatively safe rotational path back up into the phase, unless, of course, they choose to go to where the zone ended up in the previous match on Erangel, because we do see the players there from Your Killer is now positioned on towards their bridge. So there could be a little bit of a gate key coming through there. But I mean, even down south, as we can see the players here from Exodus, they've made a good rotation off of that Sosnovka Island. And of course, the players here from Next Level still holding on to the position over in towards the Nova crates, but also, again, completely uncontested, so they can actually loot up at their leisure.
I'm actually a little bit shocked that we saw Exodus cross that eastern bridge without putting too much scouting in. They did scout a little bit, of course, because you have to when you're crossing bridges like that. You never know what's on the other side. But then they saw some players on next level zoom by towards the eastern side. I would be thinking, I am very scared with this type of phase 1 circle to pop that we are going to get gate kept. And if I were them, I would have maybe just went for the western bridge rotate instead. I think that could have been a very valid option, but luckily enough for Exodus, that is not the case. Though, for next level, now you know as a fact that they're going to get bridge camped, or they could commit to a rotation. There's a lot of coastline is still in play up north of Lipovka. Milta Power coastline is still available, even Milta coastline if you want, even though I would not really recommend it, but all of the eastern coastline is a really good option. So next level, even if they do maybe struggle to cross that bridge, which it doesn't seem like Exodus even want to gatekeep it, there are still going to be options available for them later on. But we're going to see what's going to be the option of our phase 2 circle. Is about to close off around the teams, and it's a pretty northern one. Not too much stress on the shoulder of these teams. This should be pretty easy to deal with, but it is getting closer to Yasnaya Polyana, so you never know. There's still that question mark of what if? What if we had some insane circles today? What if we did close off with a Yasnaya Polyana finish? There is a chance. But even though it seems unlikely, just keep that in mind. It might happen later on.
It definitely could. And now we see the players here from Zero Tolerance continuing their rotation, actually trying to maybe make it all the way around towards the northern side there of Yasnaya. But I'm liking this rotation coming through from Grind as well. They've now taken that initiative, rotated away from the northern side, moved a little bit closer, and we see them actually pulling up alongside the players from AKM. So a lot of potential points where those engagements could start to break out. And of course, RTG also really well set up, as we do have the players now from the side of, I believe this is Unique, actually also starting to venture their way into a more central position in the phase. And we see a bit of a break of the trend here. A lot of teams actually moving in to a more centralized position instead of playing on the edge like we saw in the previous Erangels.
With this type of circle, I think it's expected, DK, right? You have a lot of very central positions, which are very good. You've got Alamo, which is where VGS currently playing. You've got AKM's position, which is a little bit of a hilltop spot. You've got the Plateau, where it's played by Grind currently. So you've got a lot of very strong central positions that I think would be foolish to not take. So yeah, I think that if you have a circle like this, playing center is definitely the play. You got some decent edge play positions which are available. I'm especially thinking over to the western side. South, not really. Otherwise, you're going to have to go downhill late game, which is always something you want to try and avoid. So I'm looking at Exodus. I'm looking at also SYR. They want to try and maybe get a little bit closer to the eastern side of RTG. I think that would be a good option, just down of Mansion or to the west of Prison. That should be fine. But otherwise, yeah, teams have getting himself in position, very central, as you did say, so a little bit of a change of pace of what we saw in the past. But one thing that I'm a little bit scared with, and it did come to a realization for a second there, is that RTG are once again very split. If their splits are ballsy, they're risky, and in this case, it did not pay off. They lose one player for little to no reason. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, not sure what the kind of approach is that they're looking to kind of bring through with those really split out rotations. I mean, particularly in this phase, with the number of teams still alive, you have to focus on condensing those kind of splits. We do see that mentality being brought in by a lot of the other teams. Everyone else pretty group close together, but you know, it's probably just a thing they're trying to work out. Of course, the players here from Unique and SYR are going to be tapping away at each other as Lashin now gets scored on that northern edge, but at least the reinforcements are there. So it's not going to be a super challenging play just yet. But Unique, however, they are put in a little bit of an interesting position. I mean, they got RTG as well as Exodus north of them. They got SYR and Next Level coming in from the southern side. So this could be quite a pincer maneuver now coming right on towards Unique.
And again, pushed inside Shelter, which is a thing that you don't really want to happen. You want to have the option to move away, which Shelter does not offer that kind of comfort. So a little bit scary for Unique, but seemed like SY is not fully ready to commit to it because Next Level is pushing right down south of them. Phase 3 pops up, eastern side of Yasnaya Polyana, Mansion still in play, especially northern side of Mansion. You got that plateau northwest of Mansion with those big high ground position little buildings to play from. That is huge, and I think that's exactly where VGS are currently aiming for. If that's the case, that is a game-winning play if the circle, of course, is in your favor later on. But right now, in terms of scouting, in terms of high ground, nothing beats the position VGS just took control of. So that was very fast. That was effective. That is what you love to see from a team that responds to a circle shift like this.
Yeah, and we even see the players from Exodus rotating up right behind him, so that is going to be prime real estate to try and defend. But for the time being now, Team Lag could also have quite a few players rotating up towards him. Do you see the players here from SYR now just exploring their options way off in the distance? We do see the team there from MZR. We haven't seen actually a lot come through from the side of MZR just yet.
It's been a little bit of a slow approach from MZR, that's for sure. Gonna try and get involved. At some point, that's a fact. We'll see how that's going to pan out for them. Exodus inside of his knife fields, not really willing to move out just yet. I think they want to maybe wait for teams to get into the center, wait for the circle, and do a decision based on that information, which is a completely viable option to see them go for. But I think that it could hurt them a lot if you do see hard shift like east or northeast. I think that's where things are going to get tricky for them. Other than that, a few teams go for the wide rotators, right? DK going to be seeing down south, can have INS, can have AKM joining up, SYR also and next level. So a lot of teams see that teams are playing central this game and they're trying to commit to the edge play instead because they know this is too late for them. So edge play is unfortunately the only option left available for them.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an interesting one as we move further through this phase. But for the time being, the RAZE clan now, actually running up in towards virtual gaming. As I mean, you said this, right? This is going to be a kind of important position to be holding, and we can see so many teams actually trying to get up into that position. But look at that, Zeus comes thundering down, picking up a beautiful elimination right there. But look at Petrox now, just wrapping around the outside, looking to get the jump on Beast. Does find a few hits, and with that, picks up the trade-off.
This man is so confident to go wide out here, virtual gaming. Gonna go for some bolt action, maybe. But his team literally has, as we mentioned many times, right? One of the strongest positions in the circle, if not the strongest position in the circle. And my man's going wide to get a flank position. I'm not saying it's bad, but it is maybe overly aggressive. And also, this is why. If you get knocked, there's a big chance your team is not going to res you up. A little bit scared. Agent 47 got knocked by who? I don't even see in the elimination feed. The elimination feed is not coming up, so I have no clue. But I think maybe a third party was happening from the western side of Exodus. So yeah, everyone's going to be putting their information looking towards the center of the circle itself. But the circle has shifted drastically towards the more eastern side of Yasnaya Field. And the positions where I'm looking at right now that could be really strong is for Masters. Masters' spot is absolutely 10 out of 10 if they can hold on to it.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one, and we could potentially see quite a bit of contention coming through, but I'm expecting this eastern side, particularly the southeastern side, to be quite hot and heated as we got so many teams still having to make their way through. We see Lag now on the way, Unique trying to hold up that defensive line. We got several teams also now coming around that northern approach, as we can see the players there from the side of Grind actually lighting up the kill feed with your killer airs next level. Meanwhile, are going to be looking to push on up on the eastern side as well. They are contending, however, with the players coming in from the side of MZR.
Yeah, nice little knock actually coming to fruition. Well, okay, he just rolls him over entirely. Brute TOP. Feeling it. He's vibing. MZR, though, you said you wanted to see them get involved a little bit more. Well, they're getting involved. Versus Rila Insider now is going to be next level, going for their own engage. Trip. Kokoko's going to be able to join on position of Trip. Just rolls him over. What's happening right now? This is turned into a derby in a matter of seconds. And Trip waiting on the outskirts. He's the solo player versus now one more play. He gets the shot, doesn't let the rest come through. And that's it for the team of next level. Unfortunately, I predicted you guys, but it was just not meant to be. MZR also flanked onto the side. Not going to be going too well as the one player really inside a Shroud tries to get the surprise. But one knock is all he shall find.
Yeah, that is a good strat coming through, though. Unfortunately, not really panning out the way that they'd hoped. But, well, Rila Insider still have 3 players in the match. Not quite sure whether or not they're going to be able to pull that res off on Shroud. They're going to have to go through the side there of MZR. But Mercury is going to be tapping away slowly. And with that, the Elam comes through. Of course, Grind picking up. Very comfortable Elam right there. Here we go. However, now MZR going to be looking to dial up the pressure a little bit. But the rest of the zone is looking pretty tough. MZR having a few options as to where they could rotate. But it is still going to be really tough pickings to find a good, strong angle to move into.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. You could also go for the play, which is to fully commit to the city. You could go Yasnaya Poliana, but in a scenario where it moves away, which seems very, very likely, seeing what we've seen so far in these circle shifts, it's going to be hard to then get access to, you know, phase 5, 6, 7, whatever phase is going to start moving away from Yasnaya Poliana. That's where it gets tricky. So yeah, they know this is not a viable option for the long term. They need to try and still remain, because there's still 14 teams alive, DK. That's an insane number that are still here running about, trying to ruin your day. So you want to try and aim for the long game. You've got to aim for positions outside of Yasnaya Poliana. There are a few teams in Yasnaya itself, but when it comes to moving out, they are going to be teams that are going to struggle big time.
Yeah. Especially the players there from Team Unique. We have their numbers now starting to dwindle, but of course, MZR continuing with the efforts, now focusing all the way on towards lag, as we do see a few of those elims finding their way on, and Unique having a really tough day in this last match, as they've now been reduced down to only 2 potential hopefuls. We can see them, of course, now quickly rushing into center zone before this next phase pop, but somehow they manage to just sneak right past several teams. But with that, it is going to be a pretty devastating blow right onto Scope as he gets taken down the zone, now shifting over on towards that eastern side, sticking to the fields. And this was the kind of phase that you were mentioning, where it moves away from Yasnaya.
Yeah, a lot of devastating blows have been already dealt, as you mentioned, also GK. So far, some teams are struggling and receiving the wrath of teams around them that are in a better position. Good nades onto Rila Insider, though. Coco and Trip will still remain strong. MZR, though, not fully ready to commit and cross that side, which is surprising. One nade puts him down to 50% HP, and Molly's going to come on through. Another nade coming in from the side, I believe was that another Molly. I'm not sure. They're trying to trade things back and forth. Trip absolutely getting roasted to a crisp. No escape from that one. But now they got the knock. I would like to see MZR just fully commit to it. Like, go for the push. Do something of it. Trip. No way he gets rezzed up. That's a good nade. Could it get the elimination on Trip? Yes, it does. Barely, but surely. Trip is sent straight into the cemetery. As now only Coco stands strong for the side of Rila Insider as they think of moving away, giving a chance of Coco to maybe heal off or maybe even snake his way in the circle.
Yeah, that could definitely be an option, but of course now we look onto the players here from MZR as they too continue to just lead their way up in towards the next phase, focusing now onto the players here from Zero Tolerance that they've spotted down below. Paradox taking several hits as the spray down comes through from the side of RTG. Of course, the Masters going to town on Exodus all the way over on towards that western front, and it is going to be absolute chaos. We're in the 5th phase. There's 12 teams still alive here, Mac. 34 players, and look at that RTG. Hello, saying hello onto the players from Zero Tolerance, picking up and yet another elim. And with that, Zero Tolerance are down to only 2 remaining hopefuls.
Objective for all of these teams right now, end the day on a high note. It's going to be great for your morale if you had a hard day so far. It's going to be great for your morale if you had a good day and you finish on an even better note. That would be what these teams want, so they can potentially start day 2 in the best mental state possible. There we go. More shots taken. Coco, unfortunately, I respect it, man. You tried to survive it by pushing in, but it did not quite work out. That's going to be a 12th place for Rila Insider. Feels bad. So our 2 teams are now out of the game. We are not good for predictions. We shall not do predictions again, TK. Not until the very end. We give up. Snipe.
Yeah.
So, spotted out. The nades getting back and forth. They have a general idea of where Snipe currently stands, but Masters are not ready to full commit. Oh, man, they're just jumping off the roof. They took way... Oh, my man! Did you see that? That was sick. He just jumped and he dropped into the car and he took 0 full damage. I wish I could do that.
Yep.
Bro.
It's all about timing. I mean, we can just bow to the Masters. They are really, really gifted when it comes to making these interesting plays. But of course, now we look to see what they're going to be doing as they face off against each other. Seems outplayed now, just having Snipe patiently wait in anticipation, looking to see if they can potentially maybe pick up Ban in the process. But it is going to be a 1 or 2v4 play for control of this western side. But I mean, zone is still all the way over to the east, so we've got to get those rotations pulled off as well.
Oh, this is really good from Snipe. If he can transport them out of the building, there's the off angle from Impulse. And that's huge. Only gets a little bit of damage done. Snipe gets picked away. Now down to 1 player's Impulse. Can he get it? They had no idea, but he gets backstabbed by another squad. And that's it. That's the end for the team. Eliminated in 8th place, and the number of teams just got halved in a matter of seconds here, DK. But it's not done just yet. Masters thinking of pushing out of Yasnaya Poliana. The blue zone is now starting to push forward, going to force them against the edge of Yasnaya. They need to move out ASAP. They almost don't have the time to heal up. They have no option in the matter.
Yep, and of course that blue zone is not going to make things any easier for them. As you can see, AKM are now trying to rotate up into safety, but unfortunately getting picked off as those rotations come through. But, oh man, the players there from Grind just looking to capitalize it on it. We've got the Masters also displaying the hard cover here, but AKM now having to defend as the shots continue to fly off in all directions. With that, we are down to only 7 teams. 16 players remain, and it is going to be a fight to the finish as these teams are looking to secure their positions at the end of our first day of play here. Will they be able to pull it off? Will they be able to secure and lock it in? Up comes Bano trying to move down. He goes. Ilias, the last one left. 8KM also having the knocks come in their direction, and it is going to be a very crazy fight to secure that chicken.
We completely missed out on the most important fight that was happening in all of this game so far. I don't know if you caught it, DK. That push onto RTG from MZR on the eastern side is absolutely huge. One of the most flawless breaches I think I've seen from MZR in the day. And they get himself huge control without losing a single player, by the way. That is how good of a breach that actually was. And now they have the man advantage. Every single other team doesn't have a 4-man stack, and only one has the 3-man stack. So MZR can make full usage of that man advantage to close this one off potentially. As always, it's going to be down to the circle shift. Is it going to be that little hilltop position that right now iShot or Virtual Gaming is playing from? Or is he going to go to the building over to the eastern side in favor of the team that's already went to that breach on RTG? Rossi. Nice grave right through the grass, and Faluji gets it done. BGS are putting the hurt down. They're dealing some damage severely to the squads around them. That split, we love to see it. It's so well played. It's so hard to escape from the grasp of VGS right now.
I mean, this is some absolutely fantastic stuff. I mean, ask and you shall receive. Of course, MZR, as you said, holding strong, bringing all 4 players up into this late phase. Of course, AKM having quite a bit of a challenge up ahead of them. VGS also going to be looking now to try and pick off the players here from MZR as they have to make that rotation, but they can utilize the hard cover. They just trying to play these edges, trying to stay in these compounds as long as they possibly can. And I think this is a big brain strat coming through from MZR, right? It's so fortunate for them that current position they find themselves in is the only hard cover in this phase.
Ooh, okay. That's the way to make up for the unfortunate circle shift. Reduce the numbers you're dealing with. 2 more nades. Zeus, I think, seeing the arch coming in, so he's not going to go for the res onto iShot. He knows that is not going to work out. So they move out. I'm not sure if the very edge of the circle's right behind that wall. If so, they can still hold on to it and wait for the numbers to dwindle even further. It could be a viable option, but Shot is going to get healed up for the side of VGS, so that's it. Back as a 3-man, hopefully as a first aid kit, which I do believe he has. Man, these nades are pinpoint accurate every time. Love to see it.
Oh, and with that, now we have 2 teams falling down to our final 3. It is going to be MZR now looking to assert their dominance in this zone. Players there from Grind holding on to the high ground. VGS, the players from Virtual Gaming now just trying to ride that southern side, but up comes the rush as Albi comes pushing on in, cooks up the molly. Is it going to reach all the way across? Definitely going to be potentially lighting a really difficult spot on fire. And with that one shot, only takes 1 molly to get taken down. Oh,
no. Oh, no, he's done. Yeah, he's done. What a molly. Oh, the mollies are 10,000 IQ coming out from these guys. The IQ is so big, it creates gravity right now. That's what I can tell you. Another nade, trying to confirm Albi away. The smokes are coming strong. MZR want to try and make that cross happen eventually. But Grind, they've almost been forgotten about. People just almost do not know they're there. They still have an idea the team is there. Of course, seeing the numbers of players that are still alive. This is not only 2 teams. You have way more than that. Or way more. 1 more, should I say. But they made it over to the smoke, which I did not think was going to happen. VGS are struggling to get information with that third-person perspective. I think they should be even closer to try and get that information, but they're just not able to do so. And that's it. MZR back up once again as a 4-man crew, creating the man advantage once more.
Yeah, but one thing Virtual Gaming is definitely not struggling with is finding elims. I mean, already on 12 double digits, I think that is the highest score we've potentially seen so far here today, if not on par with what Team Umbra has brought in a little bit earlier. But here we go now. as MZR getting ready to
Ooh.
move up. Oh, Hypnos with a devastating blow right on towards the players there for MZR.
I told you they forgot about Grind Gaming. They forgot that they were there in the shadows waiting for their time to strike. And I also told you at the start of the day, right? Hainsley, this guy is an absolute beast. Given the late game finish potential, and he's going to get every single frag given the opportunity. So we'll see if they can make it work out. But they are currently the team struggling the most because they do not have the numbers to deal with the 3-man crew of VGS and the 4-man crew of MZR. Two more shots coming in, trying to get the engage shot, but relatively low, while Grind also peek above the side. Only gets damage done, but Albie's been forgotten about also. GG had no clue he was there. And that's it. First player of Grind Gaming gets picked away. He has one more remaining. Hypno, give it his fair shot, gets one knock, but that's all he shall get. And VGS, this is your prime time. This is your one single opportunity to take the win away. Despite losing one player, they're going to allow the rest to come through. And by doing so, they're almost 100% going to be losing their chance of securing this chicken dinner.
Wow, I mean, this has just been absolutely insane, though. We've been asking for MZR to step it up, and here they are, one of the final two teams left in this match, going up against the side of Virtual Gaming. But I gotta say, though, Virtual Gaming, they've just brought it in, and up comes Baluji with a fantastic hit once again. Zeus now on the opposite end. MZR reduced down to 2 players. It is going to be a pretty insane play as Virtual Gaming are looking to take the chicken home. Will they be able to get the job done? The rush comes in and MZR secure themselves the victory. I think we need to ask more teams to step up more often because what a step up that was coming through from MZR.
Yeah, a team that we wanted to see perform really well coming into this, right? A team that has some weight when it comes to the African region of PUBG Mobile Esport, and finally they do deliver in this final game. And we talked about it in the middle of the game, right? There was a play that we completely missed on the camera, but it was one that was yet so important. It was that push onto RTG's compound that was so good that they were able to not only win the fight entirely and get extra 4 eliminations, but also get themselves the fight flawlessly and remain as a 4-man crew to then huge man advantage to take the fight versus the other teams that were battling for that little high ground position on the west. It was so simple, yet so effective. This is the type of gameplay you love to see, and when it's played perfectly, it is always a real piece of cake to see play. So how many eliminations actually was they got into? 8, 9, 10, 11. They got themselves 11 eliminations in this game for the side of MZR. But as you said, the team that got himself a lot of eliminations in this one is VGS. They stepped up big time, zoning teams away from that southern side of the circle, making sure they held on with that 3-man split. It's a split that is simple also, but yet effective, and they played it down to a T.
Yeah, but I gotta say, what a way to close it out, though. I mean, this was an absolutely fantastic Erangel to come through. And of course, speaking of how fantastic that was, we have our match results as well to see what the point situation is. But I gotta say, though, I mean, I'm super excited to see what the remaining days will bring in, because look at these elims: 11, 12, 9, 7.
Oh yeah, I thought you were going to continue. I was like, yeah, those are numbers. Yeah, but it's very top heavy in eliminations alone, and then you have a drastic drop off like 3, 2, 4, 4. So yeah, Master Esport, Grind Gaming, Virtual Gaming, and also MZR Esports Africa looking absolutely dapper on this 5th and final game of the first day here of the PMPL Africa Qualifier 2022 Spring. We'll see, of course, how the overall rankings go. I am not sure 100% if we're going to look at the overall rankings. I hope so. That would be pretty cool. But we're going to be now heading on over to our second page to see exactly what is going down for the bottom teams and see what changes need to be made. And yeah, RAZE Clan not performing even closely to what I initially expected, and seeing how good they did in yesterday's games, just trying things out, and they absolutely outperform most of the lobby. So yeah, I think that now they've got to come into tomorrow, and the third day was a big change of mindset and strategy, because today is definitely not worked out, especially their Sanhok. I think we can both agree on that one, DK. Their Sanhok drop and how they play the early game versus Team Unique needs to change. Go for the circle a little bit earlier, and you should be good to go. But yeah, RAZE Clan, in my eyes, is a team that I want to see drastically improve for day 2.
Yeah, I'm right there on board with you on that one. And who knows, you know, maybe the PUBG gods, the RNG gods would say yes, because we asked for MZR to step up and they delivered. Not only did they deliver, they brought home a chicken and an absolutely fantastic amount of elims to come in alongside that. But I got to say, though, I mean, today's gameplay was absolutely on fire. I mean, all three of the Erangels were just something else, right? Miramar was also quite a challenging play to come through. I'd like to see a little bit more on the side of Sanhok, but the teams, I'm not quite sure if it's maybe because it was only the second match and the first one there for Group B and Group C, but definitely looking to see an improvement on that coming into tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, I mean, improvements have been made, even, I would say, throughout today's games in general, right? When it comes to the utility, how teams have been positioning, adapting, especially in these type of circles. We had a lot of edge play in the first few games of the day. Here, teams understood, okay, this is a central circle. You want to try and play onto that one, which they did do. So good to see those little adaptations being made on a game-per-game basis. But we'll see, of course, there are going to be some even bigger changes on a day-per-day basis. But right now, we're going to finally look at the overall rankings for the first time of the day and see how, well, the first time and the last time of the day, as Umbra, of course, as expected, not only here, DK, are they in first place, they're in first place by a huge margin. 19-point lead between first and second in just 5 games. Well, of course, that's not 5 games played for them, but in all of their 3 games played. And also third place, that's 4 games played. It's insane to see them so high up and they only play 3 games. That is absolutely mental.
Yeah, I mean, what definitely did a fair good of justice to them was their consistency, right? You were speaking about their consistency. They had 3 games in which they finished in the top 3, so that definitely did reward them with regards to those placement points. But also, we got to look at the eliminations they brought in, right? They are leading the pack as well, sitting on 32 eliminations. So they came into today with a plan. They wanted to be the team to just dominate. And they surely did that.
Yeah, also big step up from Grind Gaming that even though they only have 3 matches played, they have 0 chicken dinners, they are still in second place with 53, which is a very, very big statement from these guys. Talked about Hainsley at the start, but also the rest of the team has definitely been backing up Hainsley in big ways. Virtual Gaming, still 4 matches played, so the teams below them like Next Level and Exodus was 3 matches. Even MZR Esports Africa could be a major threat when it comes to tomorrow's matches. Though now we're going to go over to the second page, aka the best page, as you guys know by now. The best page, because we're going to see some teams that are having some up and downs. We saw in Blackjack Esport, they had a very good Miramar. I enjoyed their usage of the high ground position away from Los Leones, but there are some teams a little bit closer to the bottom right. I'm looking at Super Young Stars that had good positions. DK was like, yes, this is good, I love it, and yet they just tend to stumble towards the finish line. I want to see a little bit more from Super Young Stars and more confidence when they take those fights.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. Definitely could look to see a few teams, still dial up their strategies and their performances in tomorrow's games and potentially moving into the final day. But, looking onto the third page, this is where there's not so much of a difference coming into the lower end of that second page. So we could see quite a few teams still potentially leap their way onto that second page. But this is definitely not the spot you want to be in. You want to be very well situated on second page, potentially even on that first page.
I don't know if you watched Endgame, but there's a sentence, and I can use it almost for 21st century right now, which is, I love you 3000. That is apparently their very unlucky number. So it's more like I hate you 3000. So 21st century, we're going to have to change up the numbers going into tomorrow because that is a rough day, but hopefully their morale is not going to be shattered to pieces. There is still a chance to make it in the top 10. All you need is some good games tomorrow and in day 3 to make things work out. But here we go. Good rankings. Good to see the top teams performing so well. Once again, Umbra absolutely wrecking the lobby today. Top 3 in every single one of their 3 matches played. 2 of those actually resulting in chicken dinner. So they're the only team to have themselves 2 chicken dinners so far in the entirety of the tournament in such a small sample size of games. I love it. But do you have any other highlights you would like to potentially make about some teams that have been playing today that you expected to do good, or maybe teams that have disappointed you, do you want to see come back in the next day?
I just want to give a shout out to MZR for bringing it together in this last match. I mean, that was, talk about a comeback. That was a comeback, right? They had a pretty tough start in the other games they played, but this last one, they were just absolutely on fire. Whatever they did in this last match, save that and copy paste into tomorrow and the day thereafter, and they'll have a fantastic time.
Yeah, if I have one team that I think has been doing really good is RTG. I think that we've had some small improvements and adjustments made throughout the day, so that's great. Keep it up, guys. I think that these guys can do absolute greatness in our next 2 days of play. But with that said, that's it for the first day here of the PMPL Africa Qualifier 2022 Spring. It's been a great set of 5 games. Congratulations to all the teams who did well. The teams who did not have that good of a day, it's fine. You can come back strong in our next 2 days of play. They'll come in tomorrow and also on Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. Same time, same place. You definitely don't want to miss it. Thank you, DK, for joining me on the desk. My name was Maxman. Join with DK to bring you the action. Hopefully, you guys had a good time, and we'll see you all tomorrow for day 2 of the PMPL Africa Qualifier 2022 Spring.